Okay. Adopt the agenda. Nancy and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Being none, have a resolution to adopt the minutes.
I'll read that now. Sorry, I couldn't hear you there in the beginning.
I understand the mic was off.
Yeah. Okay. Be it resolved that council approves the following meeting minutes as circulated: regular meeting of council October 24th and public meeting October 24th.
Okay, could I have a mover and seconder? Barry and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Okay. We will now go into a public meeting.
I'll read the resolution if that's okay. Yeah. Okay. Be it resolved that council hereby adjourns the regular meeting of council at 9:02 a.m. to proceed into a public meeting to consider zoning bylaw amendment file D14-ZB-2023-008 Lands of Warrington, and official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment files D08-OPA-2023-001 and D14-ZB-2023-004.
I have a mover and seconder. Pat, are you good for that? And Nancy, all in favor? Carried. Okay, now I got to read this long-winded thing, but we have to do it. Good morning and welcome. The public meeting for November 28, 2023 will now come to order. A notice to all those in attendance that this meeting will be live streamed to the YouTube and recorded. Please note that the recording will be linked to the municipal website. The purpose of the public meeting is to present planning applications in a planning forum as required by the Planning Act. This is a public meeting to consider two proposed zoning amendments for the Township of Dysart zoning bylaw 2005-120. It is council's responsibility to consider all information received to date regarding the applications and to hear and consider any views you may have about these applications. Every person present or registered will have the opportunity to ask questions about the proposals and voice their opinion regarding same. Please state your name and your relation to the application prior to speaking. Each person will have 5 minutes to provide comments. Please direct all your questions and comments to the chair. Please direct your comments to planning matters only. After this public meeting is over, council will make a recommendation as to whether or not the proposed zoning amendment should be passed. Council's recommendations will then be considered during the regular meeting of council. Once council has made a decision on the proposed amendment, notice will be circulated as per the Planning Act. All those persons who have given the municipality written notice that they would like to receive notice of the decision will receive a copy of the decision. You must make this request in writing. The Planning Act specifies that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the municipality before the proposed bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the municipality of the Ontario Land Tribunal and may not be added as a party to the appeal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. We will now commence the public meeting on the agenda. The first application is Lands of Warrington, file D14ZB 2023-008. And the municipal planner will now give a brief overview.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. This is for the Lands of Warrington. The county granted the provisional consent to file H050-22 on February 13th, 2023 for a lot addition related to the subject property. Condition 6 of the consent application required the owner to apply for a zoning bylaw amendment for the proposed severed lot in order to recognize the reduced lot area, building envelope, setbacks, including septic leaching bed, which is to be set back 300 meters from the lake, as outlined in the environmental report. The applicant has provided all applicable material to support the application. The property is also subject to a severance agreement, which will be heard at a later date, which the agreement would outline how the property will be developed. And that concludes the summary of the proposal. If council has any questions, and I believe the consultant, Tony Usher, is in attendance and can speak to the application as well.
Okay, any questions from council? Do you have any comments, Mr. Usher?
Morning, Mayor Fury and Council. Chris has given you a good brief summary, and his report provides a more detailed summary. I'm very happy with it and with his recommendation. I would just add one small point that I think is in the report, but should highlight, is that one of the conditions of the consent granted by the Land Division Committee is also that the applicant provide a detailed site plan showing where development, driveway, et cetera, will be to the satisfaction of the municipality. That hasn't happened yet, but that's something that if council passes the bylaw, that I'm sure we will be working on with Chris and staff shortly. Other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions from council or the public. Thank you.
Okay, any questions of Mr. Usher from the public? Is there anyone else here who would like to discuss this? Yes.
Already on, right? Okay. Good morning, council. Thank you. I'm Elizabeth Kluche. I'm related to the applicant by virtue of being the neighbor to the south side of Trappers Trail, 3225 Trappers Trail. My husband and I moved here in 2007 and built our retirement home. We're directly south of the proposed land division. I appreciate the opportunity to share two concerns that I have. One of them piggybacks off of MACA's original letter to the council with regards to the unassumed road requirements of Plan 636. The other one has to do with drainage and water. By way of background, when I came here in 2007, I was asked to volunteer as a director for Musquabi Lake North Cottagers Association, which I accepted, and maintained the director of roads position and did the road representation for the 3 unassumed roads in Plan 636 that still exist. I did that for many, many years until MACA approached MLNCA and requested an amalgamation, at which time MACA assumed full responsibility for the unassumed roads in Plan 636 along with our MLNCA membership. I continued on as a director, roads director for MACA after the amalgamation, and maintained my role as a road rep also for the 3 unassumed roads. So I've been doing this for a long time. After I resigned as director from MACA, I still maintain my responsibility as road rep for the unassumed roads in Plan 636. A couple of years ago, my husband stepped up and took that role and responsibility off of me. So it still happens from 3225 Trappers Trail, but we're pretty committed to the unassumed roads and making sure that the requirements that MACA have to maintain those roads in a suitable standard for the property owners and in accordance with the Plan 636 Cottagers Association requirement gets fulfilled, because MACA can't do it without volunteers. And we all know in this county, volunteers, big thing. It's hard to get, hard to find, and hard to keep. So I have a deep knowledge of what it's like to try to convince people, property owners that use the public roadway on Trappers Trail to pay their fair share, which is required under Plan 636. MACA did ask for 2 conditions. One I see was granted, that the Warrington property will have to be a member of MACA. So it's the same condition we have in Plan 636.
And they'll pay their share then, no?
Well, it requires them to be a member, so that's the $30.
Okay.
The second condition is a little bit vague compared to the conditions that are actually in the purchase agreements for Plan 636 property owners on the south side. And those conditions are very, very specific. I can read them to council
Well,
or.
just summarize them.
Okay, so one is that although the maintenance and upkeep of such roads is the responsibility of the Cottagers Association, i.e. MACA, the cost of maintenance and upkeep will be borne by the and shared by the members of the association serviced by such roadway on an equal share basis.
That's pretty
This-
normal.
The second one, the second one that's important to me as a purchaser The purchaser acknowledges and confirms that on closing of the blah, 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 the cottage association, or any allowed or approved similar name, so now it's MACA, will become a member of such association and abide by its bylaws and pay appropriate share of dues and assessments to the road and property maintenance as levied by the cottage association. They're very specific. They're very transparent. They're very well defined what your role and responsibility is to pay your share of road maintenance and levies that come out of MACA. I don't think that's necessarily conveyed with this B, as a member of MACA, the owner shall fulfill all roads related obligations consistent with the lot's location on the unassumed portion of Trappers Trail. I think that's pretty vague compared to the conditions I have to live with in condition 1 and 10
Yeah, okay, I
of my
agree.
purchase agreement. So I would ask that, back to the MACA letter, that restrictive covenants actually mirror those of my purchase agreement on the south side to maintain and pay for the costs of that property. Having also gone through into development on that at the end of Trappers Trail, trying to get people to pay for repairs when all the equipment moves in and chews up the road, and because they're building a road, they're building a
Yeah,
lot, they're building a
that's
house.
something we can't deal with here, I'm sorry,
No, but it's the cost that has to be borne by
by the owner.
by the owner.
Yeah.
So the second thing is where, now I understand that perhaps the site plan has not been developed yet fully. Where this proposed road is on this land, which I understand is the red dot on this plan. The topography goes like this at the back of our lot. We're the low-lying valley. And there is a culvert that was put in there when the road was developed. And the culvert drains directly into our property, which is fine. It catches all the water on that north hill from the top to the top.
But that's not anything to do with Mr. Warrington's
Well,
property, is it?
Yes, because if he puts the road where it is on this red dot,
Okay.
he's going to be right over top of that culvert or very close, and may change the topography and how the water flows off the backside of the north side of Trappers Trail. If it does change direction, we have been able to manage getting that water through our
To
property
one side.
without, yeah. If it changes direction because the topography changes or that culvert gets cut off, the water is going to flow differently, and we will again be sewered by what happens on the coming down. It'll all come down our property somewhere.
Okay, so your issue is really the water
The water
and
and
paying for it.
the more restrictive covenants as requested by MACA.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
appreciate that.
Is there
Thank
any
you.
questions from council? Okay, so.
Okay, thank you very much.
As a planner, do you have anything to comment on that?
Thank you very much. I just will mention briefly on the road issue. I believe, now I would have to sit down and look with Ms. Clucci at the exact word she's referring to, but I'm familiar with what she's talking about. I believe this was thoroughly addressed at the county level in the Land Division Committee. There was quite a bit of communication with Mr. Dilworth from the Musquaby Association. We worked out a wording with the county, the applicant, and MACA that we thought was satisfactory to everybody, and that made sure that my client was committed to pay, not only be a member of MACA, but pay his fair share. And I'm certainly happy to talk with Ms. Cloutier about this afterwards. On the question of the driveway location, the line that is shown on the sketch that I believe Chris included in his report is preliminary. It was site located in ground truth by Mr. Nielsen. I'm not familiar with the exact culvert that Ms. Clucci is referring to. I know certainly the site is not flat, that's for sure. And again, I'm happy to talk with her about it afterwards, and certainly when we go from that rough sketch to a final site plan, I'm happy to get her input and make sure, I'm sure Mr. Nielsen in developing the site plan, and he'll be the one who will be doing it, is going to be very cognizant of not wanting to have any impact on other properties, but we're happy to get Ms. Cloutier's input as a concerned neighbor.
So, for the planning people, how, do we have the condition the county put in? Do we
I
know
might
if
have-
the county dealt with the, yes, Jeff?
Yeah, I can take that. So we have received notice of the decision for conditional consent from the County of Haliburton. There are conditions placed on the consent that they must enter into a severance agreement with the municipality. There is an additional condition or two that says that the owner shall apply for and maintain membership in MACA, and that as a member of MACA, the owner shall fulfill all road-related obligations consistent with the location on an unassumed road. So there will be conditions placed on this development at the time of the severance agreement to address road-related obligations.
Okay, so how do we deal with the drainage on the final here? Could we put it? Yeah, that should be on the site plan, but who's gonna okay that? That's what I'm concerned about.
Yeah, and it's a great question. I think that type of matter is addressed at the time of consent. Today we're doing a zoning bylaw amendment,
Yeah,
just to
I-
recognize the reduced lot frontage and to ensure that any tile field is 300 meters from Musquaby Lake. But Chris, I don't know if you can discuss what was the process relating to drainage at the time of consent. I don't recall.
I don't think there was anything that came up on our end. We just relied on the environmental report, which addressed the location of the driveway. Not aware of the culvert at the time. There is the Drainage Act, which would come into play if it's creating a negative impact to adjacent properties, which could be used, but also through the severance agreement. I believe that maybe as Mr. Usher has noted that they're going to have discussions and perhaps look at the location of that culvert to ensure that that driveway doesn't affect it. And then we can review that at the time of the severance agreement, which would be part of the site plan.
Okay, Jeff, you said you had something to add?
Yeah, my apologies. I was just reading through the conditions imposed by the county on the severance, and there is one that says that the registered owner shall submit that site plan, as Chris mentioned and as Mr. Usher mentioned, and that they do have to address site drainage at that time. So that's something that will be
It
reviewed.
looks like there is another way of dealing with it here.
Correct.
So it'll come up under the severance agreement. Okay, is there any other comments on this file? So this concludes the public meeting for file number D14ZB 2023-008. Lands of Warrington.
I'll
Okay,
read the resolution if that works.
yeah, it
Okay.
does.
Be it resolved that the report for file number D14 ZB 2023-008 Lands of Warrington, which consists of part lot 15, concession 3 and 4, part of part 3, plan 19R-10520 in the geographic township of Dudley, municipality of Dysart et al. Be received for information, and that council directs that a bylaw be brought forward for consideration during the November 28, 2023 regular meeting, and that council recommends that the bylaw be approved.
Considering it's going to come up in the site plan agreement for the severance agreement. Okay, mover and seconder. Barry and Tammy, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, file number 2, the second application, D008 OPA 2023-001, zoning amendment for the municipality of Dysart. Okay, who's doing that? Jeff?
Yes, thank you. And this is the third public meeting for amendments to the municipality of Dysart official plan and zoning bylaw. As per council direction, staff made changes to the regulations for additional dwelling units located on waterfront properties, typically in the villages and hamlets that are zoned urban residential or suburban residential. So the provisions have been changed to state that if not served by a sanitary sewer system, and the front lot line is a shoreline. The lot shall have a minimum lot area of 4,000 square meters, which is roughly 1 acre, and a minimum lot frontage of 30 meters, which is roughly 100 feet. Of some good news, the County of Haliburton approved their official plan amendment at their meeting on November 8th. Given the last date of appeal is tomorrow, November 29th, staff are recommending that council accept the proposed policies today as written and direct a bylaw to be brought forward to the council meeting in December. One new public comment was received at the time of the report, and an additional comment was received yesterday, which was attached to your agenda. The first comment was another comment from Carolyn Langdon. Miss Langdon has provided language from the Dysart et al. Official plan to make the case that additional dwelling units should not be permitted on backlots of all lakes, actually, and whether they are lake trout lakes or otherwise. The section she's referring to is section 14.4 of our official plan, and it outlines the requirements for backlots. So backlots are properties that are separated from the lake by a separately conveyable parcel and usually a road as well. For example, Wilkinson Road on the south side of Kinesis, or Trappers Trail on the north side of Musquaby Lake. So this section of the official plan notes that tile fields should be located outside of the shorelands or outside of the watershed adjacent to a lake or river. Where this is not possible, that backlot will be considered in determining the capacity of the adjacent lake. So even if we do permit them, it's just those additional dwelling units will just go towards counting or determining the capacity of that adjacent lake. The second set of comments was received from the Percy Lake Ratepayers Association. They have some concerns about proposed changes regarding structures permitted in the water setback. Given that these proposed amendments are part of a separate process, I'm not going to elaborate too much on that comment today. We will review their comments again when a planning report on that matter comes forward. But they did also outline concerns regarding proposed changes to the provisions for docks, rafts, and other marine facilities. They believe the changes are significant and will likely have unintended negative impacts on a large number of waterfront properties, including on Percy Lake. They agree that the wording could be clearer and that council should defer a decision on this matter until further consideration can be given to alternative wording. So Mr. Ted Mills is in attendance today to speak on behalf of the Ratepayers Association. I do seek direction from council regarding whether they'd like to restrict additional dwelling units on backlots. I also seek direction regarding the provisions to change the marine facilities. If council would like to make changes, a separate resolution is provided on today's report that would direct staff to make changes and come back to the next public meeting. Before opening the meeting for public comments for Mr. Mills, does council have any questions for me based on the report?
Well, backlots are normally not allowed behind waterfront lots, are they? It's only in special cases where they could be even, like, I thought it was 25 acres or something.
Yeah, they are permitted, but you're right. It's an increased size, and I think it's 30 acres and
30, okay.
and 600 feet of frontage per lot, or it's something. It's increased. You can't have a bunch of small lots. It's
No, well,
quite large
that's
lots.
the fear. And that's not going to happen. It hasn't happened for 20 years. Probably won't. Okay, any other questions from council? Okay. Well, Mr. Mills, are you available?
Yes, I am. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Your Worship, Mary Ferry, Deputy Mayor, councilors, and staff. You know who I am. Thank you, Jeff, for introducing me. I am a board member of the Percy Lake Ratepayers Association and speaking on behalf of our association. And I want to thank you for allowing me to present comments on behalf of our association regarding the proposed zoning bylaw amendment D14ZB 2023-004. But only as it relates to marine facilities and rafts. We submitted a letter, which I think is included with the planning department's report. You can refer to the larger paragraph on the second page that's relating to this matter. Our concerns only relate to the proposed changes to the wording for marine facilities and rafts in the zoning bylaw, not the other matters that are addressed. Our concerns are twofold. One, first is about process, and the second is about the potential impact of the proposed wording changes. On process, the proposed wording changes regarding marine facilities and rafts have been classified or characterized as a clarification of the existing wording. And I think as a result of that, there has been little attention paid to it, certainly by the public, and I think in fairness also by the council. I've only looked at council meetings going back to June, and there doesn't appear to have been any mention of it, the substance of it, or discussion about it. So I think everyone probably assumed that it was just a clarification and not a material change. Our second concern is about the impacts if these changes were to be made. And these are material changes in our view to how both the width and the required setbacks of marine facilities from neighboring lot lines are measured. And that these changes are not going to impact on just a small number of properties, but a very large number of properties. And as a result, those properties, while I think at this point in time, probably most waterfront properties do have some sort of marine facility, we believe that this change would render a great number of those properties as legal non-conforming once the zoning bylaw is changed. And that would might require a significant number of minor variance applications at the time that any of those dock facilities or other marine facilities require significant repair or renovation or replacement. We haven't had this issue just came to our attention less than 2 weeks ago, so we certainly haven't had time to speak to other lake associations about it, or even to look at in great detail the impact the proposed changes could have on waterfront properties. We did look at Plan 524, which was the first waterfront subdivision on Percy Lake on the northwest shore. And I can just share some brief statistics on that. This plan includes 56 lots and 3 blocks, which are all capable of needing marine facilities. And of the 56 lots, at least 16 of these would be materially impacted by the proposed change. That's almost a third. And all 3 of the large blocks would be impacted, and that includes Block B, which is the Dysart's boat landing launching facility on Percy Lake. So that's just an example, but and I think a reason for at least delaying the implementation of these changes and looking at whether alternative wording might do a better job. We certainly agree that the existing wording is problematic, and in particular the use of the word tangent in the description. And it may be that just the removal of that word might be the solution, but I think it requires at least some serious look at what the other possibilities are. Now, if, however, the intent of council is to change the actual way that these measurements are made and effected in a different way than illustration 5 in the current zoning bylaw, which is proposed to be replaced, if the intent is to measure those widths of marine facilities and setbacks from neighboring property owners in a different way, then I think that proper notice of that needs to be given and to the public, and public given an opportunity to review the impact and provide input on that. And that's back to the question of process. I don't, because as I said, it's been characterized as a clarification. I suspect that most of council hasn't had a deep look into the impact and the impact of the wording changes. But if I can simplify it, It won't impact waterfront properties whose side lot lines are perpendicular to the shoreline. That is at a 90-degree angle, which many are, but it will impact those where the side lot lines approach the front lot line, which is the shoreline, at an angle. And the steeper the angle, the bigger the impact is, because the proposed wording suggests that the setbacks and the measurement of the width of the facilities is to be based on an extension of the side lot line. Whereas I think if you look at illustration 5 and the way I interpret, certainly the existing wording, the intention is that at the shoreline, the reference line is extended out perpendicular to the shoreline. So it is a significant change. I don't think there's any urgency to making a decision on this matter. I don't think anyone's going to be putting in docks or repairing marine facilities for quite a few months, given that winter is just arriving. So the urgency, I don't think, is there. And certainly our Lake Association, and I'm sure others, would be more than willing to review the matter and provide input and assist in any way that would be helpful to council. And I think perhaps the best starting point is to look at, because this impacts every waterfront owner, every waterfront property owner, I think the best place is to determine what basic rights each waterfront property owner has with respect to marine facilities, and obviously balancing that with their neighboring properties' rights. I'd be happy to answer any questions or clarify anything that I've said. And I also want to thank you for everything that you do for the ratepayers and residents of our wonderful municipality. So
Okay,
that's
thank you,
all
Ted.
I have to say.
I'm just wondering, I don't really want to, I understand your points and I think they're valid. For the planning people, is there some way of, we don't want to hold up the ability to have restrict second homes on waterfront properties here either. So can we deal with that issue with the docks and the sidelines and the projection of the sidelines in a separate fashion, Jeff? Or
Yes, if that's what council desires, we can remove that from the amendment and deal with it at a later date.
I think we should, because it does have a major impact. So what will the resolution read then, Mallory? I guess does any other people in the public have a comment? Jeff, you have another comment?
Yes, thank you. And I just wanted to note for council that this proposal regarding the dock provisions, it isn't a new discussion around here. It's something staff have been hearing from council and the public for years. But Mr. Mills is correct. The proposed changes will impact some properties that aren't impacted under the current standards. Conversely, there will be properties impacted by the current standards that won't be impacted by the proposed standards. The intent was just to clarify the language, and I know I don't want to use that word clarify as per Mr. Mills, and I didn't mean to mislead anybody, but it's just to simplify the language so that everybody can understand the bylaw. The way it's currently written, nobody's been able to understand what the setbacks are, what the width, how to measure it. Staff have been provided a lot of information over the years and showing provisions for other municipalities, and the straight line projection appeared to be the most desired. But there are municipalities that use many different methods, including straight line, including tangent, chord methods. But it's up to council how they want to proceed. I just want to clarify that it's not something that we're just throwing in there. It is something that we've done some background work on and considered impacts.
This has been a source of concern for people for as long as I can remember. And I really don't know how to fix it. Maybe a setback from the lot line where it hits water so that it doesn't project in front of somebody else. Maybe we can look at alternatives and have another look at it, but certainly we don't want to hold the whole issue up for that. Okay. So do we need to change that resolution, Jeff? Or
Yeah. And I'll work with Jeff here just quickly. So I could say that we accept the policies as amended to remove provisions for docks, raft, and marine facilities. Does that work, Jeff?
Yes, I think that council can give that direction to remove those provisions from the bylaws and still accept the rest of it as written. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so I'll read that the way it's written now, and then we'll see if we're good. So be it resolved that the report for official plan amendment D10 OPA 2023-001, official plan amendment number 3, and zoning bylaw amendment D14 ZB 2023-004 for the municipality of Dysart et al. Be received for information, and that council generally accepts the policies as amended to remove the provision for docks, rafts, and marine facilities, and directs that a bylaw to adopt the official plan amendment and bylaw amendment be brought forward for consideration during the council meeting on December 12th, 2023.
You okay with that, Ted?
Yes, thank you. And we can move ahead as quickly as possible to
It'd be
assist
nice
in
to
any way we
hear
can.
what the lakefront property owners, what they think the solution is, because we haven't been
Yeah.
able to find one that's perfect, for sure. Okay, mover and seconder of that resolution. Oh, is there any other comments from council? Okay, mover and seconder then. Pat and Carm, all in favor? Carried, thank you. So now we return to regular council. Okay, we have a delegation then. Jenny, Mayor and Sue.
I'm just gonna officially adjourn with the resolution. So be it
Okay.
resolved, the council hereby adjourns the public meeting at 9:38
sorry.
AM and reconvenes the regular meeting of council.
Now I need a mover and second. Barry and Nancy, all in favor? I'm trying to get ahead of myself here.
That's all right.
Okay, now we have a delegation on the road allowance, shoreline road allowance applicant. She's joining us by Zoom.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. I thank you very much for your time, and I'll make it brief.
good.
Last month I was in and I was allowed to purchase the 33 feet of my road allowance that is adjacent to my property. Thank you very much. I had requested of the municipality to separate my application from Halliburton Forest because we are also purchasing our shore allowance on the one application. Since then, I have received my letter from Dysart instructing how to move forward, which was my application, the deposit for the appraisal, and to secure a surveyor, which I have done all 3 items. And I believe hopefully my payment was received by Dysart for the appraisal of the land. I do respectfully request that a time frame be placed on Halliburton Forest for their application and their processes to be done in a timely manner, because I feel that when the surveyor comes in to do it, that there's no overlapping as per Mr. Isles' request. So they're done at the same time. So if it is possible, if a reasonable time frame is set for Halliburton Forest to do the above 3 items, so we may proceed forward, it would be greatly appreciated. And if they don't do it in a reasonable time that this council sees fit, we would very much like to buy all 66 feet, not just the 33 feet. And that is all for today. Thank you.
Okay, I thought I'd heard everything, but so what do you think is a reasonable time?
Well, I mean, I would think 30 days is a reasonable time because they already had 30 days and they've been aware of this issue since, I believe, March of 2022, which of course they've just been aware of it, but they weren't instructed to do anything until last month.
Yeah, so.
And it took me almost 18 months to get an email response out of them as to why they weren't approving this purchase in the first place. And the only way that was achieved was with council intervening and Mr. Isles having to actually pick up a phone and explain to them that they do have to put something in print. So they're not, timely people. So whatever you think is best. I like 30 days, but whatever council deems to be an appropriate time for this matter. Halliburton Forest has unlimited resources for this land is their business, so I can't imagine it would take them much time to do this.
No,
And if they don't do it in your timeline, you know we really, really want to buy this land, all of it. And you have a very willing participant that would like to do it in a timely manner. Okay, thank you.
I don't know if there's an act that requires the time they have or not, legally. So how soon will your surveyor be there? He probably won't be there in 30 days anyway.
Well, he'll be there. I secured him yesterday. The surveyor is Bishop Gayer. So yesterday I received my documents and I plan on signing them back today or tomorrow.
Okay.
And with whatever deposit they require.
Well, I think we need a legal opinion on this because I don't think 30 days is gonna wash, but I don't know what the magic days are. So Jeff?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And if I may, Ms. Marinescu's main concern appears to be the neighbor's application impacting the timeline of her own application, which is understandable. And I think the biggest impediment to that would be the survey, which is why I outlined that to both applicants. But we have talked to both applicants and they both appear to be using the same surveyor, which I think would resolve Ms. Marinescu's concerns about timelines. So the land surveyor will know how to properly prepare a survey without impacting the adjacent land. So they can split that road allowance evenly instead of using, if two surveyors were being used, they would have to work together just to make sure there was no overlap, but given it's the same surveyor, I think most of her concerns should be resolved.
Okay. So I'll give you one more time, okay? You had another comment?
Oh, does that mean that the second applicant does not have to apply for an application or put the appraisal for the land before they do a survey? Isn't that a little backwards?
Well, this is a bit of, if I may, Mayor, through you, this is a bit of a unique circumstance. So typically these applications would proceed jointly because you've chosen not to do that. They're already aware that they're going through an application process. Council's already agreed to declare the land surplus for them. They will have to provide us an application at some point. They can still obtain the survey before they submit the application. There's nothing preventing that.
So they can they don't have to put any money down for that survey to submit it, and then I can build and put a lot line in without them having to do the proper steps?
Well, as I mentioned, they will have to do the proper steps, but there's nothing saying they can't get their survey first. No.
So
They've been told that we will sell it to them and so they could do the survey. That's Jeff's point.
So if they do not actually if they do the survey, but don't actually put the application in or the deposit for the appraisal, when can I intervene to buy the land? I mean, there has to be a process for them to actually put some money down with the municipality to buy this land.
Well, this is the first process, and I've been around a long time, that I've ever seen when they don't go together to buy the road allowance, both parties. And in your
Because
case, you've decided to do it alone, so that's what's complicated things here. So
because I wanted to buy the shore allowance also.
yeah. Okay, I'm gonna let staff deal with it, Halliburton Forest, and try and get an answer out of them right away, and we'll keep you in the loop.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Okay,
Thank you. Have a good day, everybody.
yeah. We're off to a good start. Okay, resolution, Melanie?
Yeah, sure, I'll read that. Okay, so be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the delegation from Jenny Marinescu regarding Halliburton Forest and Wildlife Reserve's application to purchase part of the road allowance on Plan 619 on Redstone Lake in the township of Guilford.
Okay, mover and seconder. Carmen, Walt, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, next is Aaron Lynch here or Jim Blake? You. Um, I don't know who's speaking to this, but we got your, we've got your presentation that you made. In June, was it July 22 to the previous council? And we've read that and we're prepared to accept that as information. We're going to be talking about it later in the day. Do you have something new to add? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Ferry and Council. My name is Erin Lynch. I'm the chair of the Cultural Resource Committee, and I'm here with Jim Blake today. We are here on behalf of the Cultural Resource Committee of the Municipality of Dysart Now to provide council with a briefing related to the discussion, which is scheduled to be held later in today's meeting concerning the resolution by the previous council that the parkette, currently known as Sam Slick Park, be renamed and rededicated in recognition of the Indigenous peoples of our region. Our understanding from conversations with some council members is that there may be consideration by council to revisit this decision and rescind the resolution. Some members of today's council were part of the decision-making process of the previous council, and some are new to council. We trust that you have all had the opportunity to read or review the presentation that was provided at the request of the previous council in June 2022. This was included in the meeting package for today. This presentation was the result of many hours of research by members of the Cultural Resource Committee and the students of the Social Justice and Equity class of the Haliburton Highlands Secondary School. We won't take up your time today to go over all of this information again. There are, however, a number of items that we would like to highlight to assist council in your deliberations today. Traditionally, when communities choose to name a park or facility after a person, they do this to celebrate and honor that person for their contributions to the community or society as a whole. We have great examples here in Haliburton. The A.J. LaRue Community Center, the J.D. Hodgson Elementary School, the Stuart Baker Elementary School, and the Gary Broman Sports Field. These are all named after upstanding citizens who made considerable contributions to our community. In this case, we have a park which is named after a fictional character, Sam Slick, who's depicted as an American clock salesman from Slicksville, Connecticut, in a story based in Nova Scotia. The fictional Sam Slick's only connection to the village of Haliburton is that he was created by the person for whom our town and region is named. His book, The Clockmaker, or The Sayings and Doings of Samuel Slick of Slickville. The land for the park was purchased by the Rotary Club of Haliburton in 1961 and donated to the municipality in 1965. The members of the Rotary Club named it after Sam Slick, the protagonist of The Clockmaker, to honor its author, T.C. Haliburton. We are confident that the Rotary Club members who named the park had not read the book, nor had any knowledge of the views of the character, Sam Slick. They knew Haliburton as an author who had coined a number of sayings that are still in common use.
There are many works of literature from previous generations that have used language that we now consider antiquated or not acceptable for use in today's society. That is certainly the case for The Clockmaker, as it is for the books of Mark Twain. The most concerning issue with The Clockmaker is not the antiquated language. It is the views that are promoted through the character Sam Slick. In the book, Sam Slick is quoted as saying the following, and I must say this is difficult for me to read in public, but I think it's necessary. Those thick-skulled, crooked-shanked, flat-footed, long-heeled, woolly-headed gentlemen don't seem fit for much else but slavery. I do suppose they ain't fit to contrive for themselves. They are just like grasshoppers. They dance and sing all summer, and when winter comes, they have nothing provided for it and lay down and die. They require someone to look after them. Clockmaker, page 200. We can't excuse this as just a reflection of the time. The Clockmaker was published over 2 years after the British Parliament enacted the Slavery Abolition Act to abolish slavery throughout the British Empire. Sam Slick is also quoted as saying the following statements about the treatment of women. Any man that understands horses has a pretty considerable fair knowledge of women, for they are just alike in temper and require the very same identical treatment. Clockmaker, page 62. A woman, a dog, and a walnut tree. The more you lick them, the better they be. The Clockmaker, page 146. Although it is our understanding that the book was intended to be satire, there is absolutely nothing satirical about slavery or the promotion of violence against women. And these are definitely not the values which represent our community. We are confident that the Rotary members who named the park, just like the good people of Windsor, Nova Scotia, were not familiar with the views of the character Sam Slick on Black people, slavery, and violence against women. But now, thanks to the reporting of Jen Watt of the Haliburton Echo, we are aware. On October 4th, 2020, Watt reported that this issue was first brought to light in TC Haliburton's hometown of Windsor, Nova Scotia, where a long-running community festival was called Sam Slick Days. When someone finally took the time to read The Clockmaker and realized that the views of Sam Slick were not something they wanted to honor, they changed the name of the festival to Avon River Days. In addition, in 2020, the Council of West Hants Regional Municipality, which includes Windsor, voted to remove any signage and imagery related to Sam Slick, including the sign at the entrance to Windsor, which read, "Home of Sam Slick." Jim Ivey, a councillor of West Hants Regional Municipality, told the Echo, "I don't believe that our community for a moment was aware of this aspect of Slick when the festival was being run. It was an event to bring people to the community. It did that. It was a celebrated event, that's all good. But once you become aware of something that's like this, that is wholly inappropriate in current history, that's where we decided to take a look at this and try and correct it as best we could."
The Haliburton Highlands Secondary School students said in their presentation to council, "When our class learned this information, the general consensus was shock and disgust. We were generally surprised to learn that the little parkette across the street from our school had such negative associations and decided we wanted to do something to change it. We can't continue to act in ignorance. We can't continue to celebrate a character whose values are not representative of who we are as a community." The students were very thorough in their research and thoughtful in their recommendations. They made recommendations not to charge or erase history, but to reflect the evolution of understanding and opportunities to promote learning. They recommended the preservation of history and the rededication of the park. They noted that there are currently 2 plaques in the park. They recommended that the municipality leave the plaque that was placed by the Ontario Heritage Trust, which recognizes the role of TC Haliburton as chair of the Canadian Land and Immigration Company in the settlement of Haliburton and as the author of the Sam Slick stories. They recommended that the municipality place the other plaque that was donated by Rotary, naming the park after Sam Slick in the Highlands Museum, and include it in a display as a historical item with some further information about context. They also propose that council take a proactive approach and rededicate the park as opposed to just removing the name of the park, and use this opportunity to honor the Indigenous peoples of the region and recognize their history, since there is no other place in the community that does this. Any new plaque or signage at the park would continue to celebrate the history of the Rotary Club of Haliburton, donating the land for public use. In closing, we would like to note the following. TC Haliburton is honored in hundreds of ways in this region, within the names of organizations, businesses, buildings, institutions, and places. The renaming of this small parkette will not decrease our recognition of Haliburton's role in the settlement of this region, nor will it diminish the numerous good deeds and contributions the Rotary Club has made and continues to make to this community. Things do change and evolve with the time. A great example is just outside the window of this chamber. Soon after the village was founded, this plot of land became the Haliburton Fairground and Cricket Field. Over time, the fairground gave way to an arena, curling rink, squash club, and fire hall. The cricket field gave way to a baseball field, which in turn gave way to a parking lot and skateboard park. The area changed with the times. We continue to recognize the history of each of the stages of this plot of land in books, photos, and exhibits at our museum.
Are we close to being finished here?
Yes, we are. The recommendation of the students and the resolution passed by council found an elegant way to address an issue that does not reflect the values of our community, and at the same time preserves recent history and honors a much older Indigenous history which has gone unrecognized. Over the past year, the Cultural Resources Committee has, as requested in the resolution by Council, initiated outreach to undertake respectful conversations with Indigenous knowledge keepers to choose an appropriate name for the park to honor the Indigenous people and history of the region. We look forward to receiving direction from Council to continue with this work. We thank Council for your time and wish you wisdom in your discussions and decision-making.
Did, you had your meeting last week, you did? Did you have anything you're going to forward to council? You were doing some visioning there and I believe you're looking to the future for the committee, what it was going to do, or I understood that anyway. Yeah, you didn't do that?
Sorry, Murray, can you repeat?
Yeah, you're going to lay out what the cultural committee was going to work on in the future?
That's right, because our meeting was just last week.
Yeah.
We're not able to get anything to council for this,
Oh,
for
okay.
this
All right.
session. So that's why there's nothing there.
Okay.
It will come in January.
And a quick question, if it's not appropriate to have Sam Slick plaque that's there, why is it all right to put it in the museum?
Well, this is all about the preservation of history. So I know there's always a concern that we don't want to erase history. We have lots of things in the museum which you know are the history and story of our community.
Right.
This is part of the history and story. T.C. Halliburton was internationally known as an author way back in that time. You know, is famous for all the different sayings that he came up with. So there definitely is recognition of T.C. Halliburton as an author, and I think it's really important that the museum recognize that since our community is named after him. Okay. But you know, I don't have to go over what we said here.
No, for sure. No, we heard it.
Okay.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to deal with that sometime later today.
Would you like me to read the resolution, Murray?
Yes.
Okay.
Resolution there.
Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the briefing from Aaron Lynch and Jim Blake on behalf of the Cultural Resources Committee regarding the proposal for the renaming of Sam Slick Park.
Okay, mover and seconder, Nancy and Carm. All in favor? Carry. Okay. Well, we'll move along then. The fire department report. Dan?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Can you see me and hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. IT has set me up with a new camera, so hopefully it won't be as disruptive as previously. So just go ahead, report as is. A couple things I want to point out. You can see the numbers in there. Right off the bat, our numbers as of yesterday, we have now surpassed our numbers for most calls for a year, and unfortunately we have a month to go. We're at 421 fire calls for the year so far. I want to point out, I know there's been a lot of concern, especially since the closing of Minden's ER, about medical calls. And so for the month of October, our medical call volume was 30 actual calls that we went out and helped with. But that has not been reflected in the rest of the year. We've been doing anywhere from 12 to 15 calls for medical calls per month. So I can't say specifically why October was that much busier all of a sudden. But I just want to be aware that it's not been a continual trend. But I do want to point out, and thank you to Barbara Swanell, who's had a discussion with this morning. Our general fire alarm numbers have been up this year. One of the problems with that is they're not false alarms in the sense that the equipment is doing its job, but we've had a lot of cooking incidents this year. And one of our concerns, we have one, I'm going to say regular customer here, where it's an assisted living place and the people are doing very well on their own. But there's been a lot of as we're going with false activations, even though the equipment's doing its job, that we're being from cooking fires and smoke going off. So I want council to be aware of that. This client is working very hard to change how they respond to the alarms going off, and they're actually working on a 2-stage system right now, which will hopefully help alleviate that problem in that residence in particular. So they've been very great to work with, and hopefully that does alleviate our problem going forward. So the fire department responded to 58 calls for October. Again, with the medical calls and that, it was significantly higher than we're usually getting for these months. Usually July and August are our busier months where we are getting somewhere between 50 and 60 calls. In the shoulder months, we were doing 30, 35 maybe. So again, not normal, but it's definitely, unfortunately, something that we need to consider going into next year if our numbers are going to continue to keep growing like this. Point out the fire department, we're still ongoing trying to work on public safety. We did attend 2 inspections of facilities locally here in the month of October. Unfortunately, both of them had some outstanding fire issues that needed to be addressed. However, the personnel involved are working towards getting those items repaired. So happy to see that they were being cooperative. As well, hopefully you're aware, if you recall, we had set out to have a fire master plan done in the next year. Thanks to the assistance of the help at the county, their procurement personnel, in particular Kate Lovett and Tanya Rosenberg, helped very well to get us to get our RFP up and running, and that has been approved, and we are going ahead with that. They should be starting work here, I believe in early summer, at the very least early into next year, so we can have that ready for, I believe by May was the intent.
Dan, did I miss that?
Oh, sorry.
I don't remember seeing that. The copy of the report.
I'm sorry, the fire master plan?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. They're starting to do the master plan, so that we will have the report by May is when it's anticipated. So they're working on the 4 municipalities, or sorry, 3 of the municipalities collectively at the same time here.
Because I know it came up at Minden's council, and there's some concerns with it. So I just wondered how they see it, and we didn't. Anyway.
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm misunderstanding here.
It came up in Minden council that there was concerns about some of the input that was in the report. Anyway, we'll get to see it eventually anyway.
Yes. So sorry. What I understand was Minden had not pre-approved the procurement of the agreement, and I'm not sure what happened there. So
I know they didn't budget for it.
They had budgeted for it. Sorry, that's
but
the
there was other issues too. Okay, we'll see it.
Yes. Okay. So that has been, the company Lumex has been granted the contract to go ahead and do that for us. And then just in general, the fire chiefs are collectively working together to try and keep our training coordination going forward. We're looking at trying to align our burning bylaws for all municipalities, so it's not as confusing for people sitting on opposite sides of the lake saying how we have a fire and we're not. And we're collectively working on coordinating for our training. So the certification process, just as a reminder here, provincial legislation came in a few years back now, and as of 2026, we need to have, no, I'm sorry, it's earlier than that. I will double check the date, but we require having all of our firefighters certified, not just trained and qualified. We actually have to go through a certification process in order to have them proceed in helping out in the events with the incidents that we're doing. So happy to say our department is very close to being there as we hire on new people. Obviously, we need to bring them up to speed, but the majority of the actual existing firefighters are already there. So happy to be able to say the coordination of the chiefs and our local training program has allowed for that.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Resolution, Mallory?
Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the fire department report for October 2023.
Mover and seconder. Barry and Nancy, all in favor? Carried. Sorry, Pat, I forget sometime to look up there and see you're there.
All right.
Okay, bylaw 2023, Dan? Community Emergency Management Coordinators?
Yes, so this is just to have CAO Tamara Wilby has acted as our alternate CEMC in the interim, and now that firefighter Parrish has been brought up to speed on all of her training and is ready to take over the position, it's just a formality to formally have Deputy Chief Stacey Parrish replace CAO Tamara Wilby as our CAO, or as our alternate CEMC. My apologies.
I don't. Tamara doesn't have enough to do, so I don't know what we're going to fill in with.
I know, right?
Okay, good to have a resolution in, Mallory?
Sure. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2023-104, being a bylaw to appoint a community emergency management coordinator, Dan Chumley, and an alternate community emergency management coordinator, Stacey Parrish, for the municipality of Dysart et al. Be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay, moving seconder. Pat and Barry, all in favor? Carried. I knew if I waited, you'd put your hand up, Pat. Okay, let's get on to building and bylaw. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Yeah. Okay, Carl and Haley,
Good morning.
good morning.
First up is the building permit report. Typical numbers, slightly lower numbers than the usual October. You'll notice that the construction value is down as well. So we didn't get any of the multi-million dollar projects that we typically get each month. So that's indicative of those numbers. If you look at the monthly revenue, you'll notice that the revenue is down as well. So that correlates with the construction value as well. So typically when you get the bigger projects, you get higher permit revenue as well. So we've had slightly lower permit revenue than we've been experiencing the last couple of years as well. So like you'll notice in 2019, the yellow line in October, that was phase one of Gardens of Haliburton. So again, just a big project like that, you'll notice how it pushes those numbers really high. And a good news note is, this month we finalized occupancy on all the suites of phase two of Gardens of Haliburton. So that's another 34 residential suites, retirement suites within that development. Average daily inspections, those were higher than normal in October. Any questions with regards to the permit activity report?
Any questions of Carl? Okay. Yes. Okay.
Carl, just a quick question. I've had 3 or 4 people in the last week asking me, to deal with Robert Lee and his boathouse and all the buildings on the shore. Is there anything going on with that?
Sorry, which Robert Lee?
Robert Lee on, I don't know, I didn't know if it was bylaw or Carl will be dealing with that.
No, it's a building infraction, I think.
Okay.
That's the people on Claxon?
Yes.
Oh, that one. Yes. Nothing.
Are we doing something or?
Yeah, that one's kind of gone stale. So they were, again, this is something that's it's a legal matter, so we should be discussing this one in closed.
Okay. It's up for sale, so I've had 3 or 4 people want to know what's going to
Oh,
happen.
is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll deal with it later.
Okay, good enough. Thanks.
Okay, resolution then?
Okay, be it resolved that council received the October 2023 building activity report as information.
Mover and seconder, Nancy and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Bylaw update.
Good morning, everyone. So we have our bylaw update for mid-October to mid-November. You can see there's been significant drop in our incoming complaints, which is typical for this time of year. We've put in our last pull from the parking meters and pay and display. So the meters have been fully removed and we're awaiting the pay and display removal. once I hear back from the electrical company for that. Is there any questions regarding any of that info?
Yeah, we're gonna talk about how we enforce that down later. Okay. Resolution then, Mallory? Or Barry, you have a question?
I got a question, and maybe this should be in closed session too or not, but Wigamog. I've had a couple of comments come into me in the last week where they've noticed a lot of activity there, not in the good kind. Maybe people staying there and lights going off through the night. And actually one employee from Pine Stone went down and had a look, and there's canisters there that would come off of like a Buddy B propane heater or something. Numerous ones of them around, and some looks like canned food and stuff like that. So just wondering where we're at with that. Is there any, and again, maybe this should be enclosed. I'm not sure, but I've had quite a few people approach me in the last couple of weeks, actually.
This is the first report that I'm hearing of people potentially living there. I am having a site meeting on Thursday. Right now, the MECP has been involved, so we're working in conjunction with them to make sure that we're meeting all environmental standards as well with the demolition. But I will be on site on Thursday, so I can go through and, well, I'll look for those items and see what I can find.
No, and I did take a drive through there too myself the other day, and one thing I really noticed on the one end, there's a swimming pool, totally empty, no fencing around it whatsoever. And it's right beside the property line, like very close. You got room to drive a pickup truck between it and the line between, I would think, Petrini's house maybe. So I don't know if that's if that could be brought up. Like, to me, it's a huge safety issue if a kid get down. The thing is 8 or 10. It's 8 or 10 feet deep. It's just an empty swimming pool is what it is, right? So anyway, that's
that's something, Haley, you can look at when you're there.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that council accepts the bylaw update report for October 18th to November 21st, 2023 as information.
Mover and seconder. Barry and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Okay, next, the appointment of the municipal law enforcement officer, Madeline Devlin. Carl, is that you?
No, that would be Haley as well.
That'd be Haley as well, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, so we have a bylaw here to appoint our new bylaw enforcement officer, Madeline.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. That's the third needed. Okay.
I'll read the resolution if that works. So be it resolved that bylaw 2023-97 being a bylaw to appoint a municipal law enforcement officer, Madeline Devlin, be read first, second, and third time, pass sign, and the corporate seal attached here too.
Okay. Mover and seconder. Walt and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Okay. And this one won't require any discussion. Okay, who's gonna tackle this? This is a deer feeding bylaw that we looked at the last meeting, I believe.
Marie, in the map, what I don't like about the map is if you look at the map, it's singling out individual people, which we all see. It's not a round or a square or a zone.
It's going down the sewer line. That's why it's
but not out to the north. It's on one side of the road and not the other. You know what I mean? They've just picked strategic places, and I don't think that's right.
No,
if we're going to do something, it's got to be a block of such and such, not just because so.
So it's either all of Ward 2 or all of Ward 1 or.
I like how we had it first time, just Ward 1. Let's start, or, the little settlement we had first. Start with that, and I'll bet you in a year nothing changes as far as the deer still in town, and let's revisit it then.
So this was the map that was provided by the last a deputation to council with regards to the deer feeding. So this is the map that we used, and there was discussion last council meeting about what map to use. And so we were kind of using the map that was provided, the suggestions that were provided by that deputation, and that's the direction that we received. Now, we didn't, so going up the north, as you mentioned, we didn't include the other block in there because that belongs to the municipality. The municipality owns that block. That's why we didn't include that, but it goes up to the Public Works garage. And we didn't include the municipally owned lands in there because we're not going to be feeding the deer in there. So yeah, again, we can change the map however council wants to change it, but yeah, we just need some direction as to which way council wants to go with this.
And I also think like going up to Harbor and there's, there's a 100-acre vacant lot there. Why is that included in it? If anything, we should be encouraging everybody to feed them in that 100-acre vacant lot that's out of town.
If we
That-
we'll feed.
Yeah, but no, instead of the people in town,
Yeah.
feed them out of town.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
That lot was included to bring it up to the north border of Ward 1. So that kind of squared off area is really the northern border of Ward 1. And then it extends beyond only on the 118. So that is why that one is included.
So that was squaring that off, and that's what
see.
you want in Ward 2,
I
right?
see.
Okay,
Okay, but then if you look down one lot over, there's 2 parcel lots that aren't included. Is that not also Ward 2? If you go, I guess that'd be to the east.
no, just a second here, let me get to the map. So where are you saying, Carl?
Well, you see there's a little lake there on if you look at the top of your map,
Yeah,
there's a little indentation missing.
okay. Well, that little lake and the two.
Yeah.
I don't know where that is, actually. I don't know what it is.
Oh, is that Moss's Pond?
Could be out behind the landfill. No,
No,
That's not
up
there.
the riverside.
Riverside. No. Hmm. And there's 2 vacant lots there, but I
Yeah, so what's the difference?
don't know.
I just know we received a letter from Derek Beachley, and that's his 100 acres that he hunts on. He's not in town, in my opinion, but who are we to tell him he can't hunt on it? I guess he can feed on it. It says in there we can allow feeding.
Well, you
But-
can hunt on it.
Right, but can we hunt, can he feed prior to deer season like everybody else does?
Yeah, so
Uh,
sorry, just on that, the bylaw is very clear that it exempts any hunting activity. So if you're allowed to hunt, even in that area, it exempts you from this bylaw. So
Yeah, I
again, if you're
realize that,
hunting,
Carl, but at what point do we say he's feeding before the hunt to, like everybody else does? Everybody, is it a week, is it a day, or is it, we're only allowing to hunt during hunting or feed during hunting season?
So
right?
we did remove the dates. Previously, the bylaw did specify dates for hunting season, so we have removed it for that purpose, understanding that people who are hunting are going to be feeding potentially before the season opens to attract the deer to the hunting location. So that is why we removed the dates on that, as we talked about last month, to just permit feeding for the purpose of a lawful hunt. That makes sense.
Yeah, what does that mean? So then does that mean somebody that's in the pink or the purple area just says, well, I'm gonna start feeding in June, which they don't, but let's just say that for my lawful hunt in the fall, like, that's just opens up another,
Another can of worms.
that's correct.
It just doesn't seem any way of doing this to suit
No.
everybody.
Mhm.
It's impossible.
No.
I know I shouldn't be doing this, but I'll let you have a comment. You're a former MNR employee, I believe, aren't you? You just have to press the button there.
Mayor Ferry, council, thank you for letting me address. two things I'd like to say. First of all, the feeding of deer prior to hunting season is addressed under the Fish and Game Act. So I don't know that there's a need to address it here.
Okay.
Secondly, I've lost a vehicle to deer. I have to take all kinds of expensive precautions to protect my vegetables that I grow to eat myself. I'm in Ward 2. Your proposal to use only Ward 1 excludes a lot of people that are just outside the town proper. Is there any reason why you cannot begin by including the entire township of Dysart in your bylaw? We all know that deer feeding is bad for the deer.
Well, we don't all know that. Apparently, from what I hear, some people think it's good for them.
Well,
That's the problem. We're not the experts. We need an expert.
M&R used to deer feed extensively until they found out that it was bad for the deer. And now they no longer feed. And there was an extensive study done in Michigan, probably 10, 15 years ago. And they determined that the metabolism of a deer reduces by almost 50% in the wintertime. And therefore they don't require as much feed. Their breeding habits reduce. We have all kinds of late summer fawns because their breeding cycle is off kilter because of the feeding. If you continue to feed them, their metabolism continues to be high. And it unbalances their whole system. And it brings them into town. And I've heard comments that say, well, if we stop feeding, it doesn't mean they're going to leave. There's only so much vegetation in town. And they will eventually leave. Perhaps not for a year, 2 years, 3 years, but they will eventually leave.
No food, they'll go where there's food.
Exactly. So to narrow your scope just to Ward 1, I think is short-sighted. If it were up to me, I'd do the whole county. Deer feeding is bad. And there's many jurisdictions that not only limit feeding deer, they limit feeding wildlife totally. So please reconsider and try to be as wide or open-minded as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Well, let's have some discussion, see where we're going here. I'm pretty well tired of this every month. Never get to a final decision. But I don't know. Maybe that's me. Any suggestions? Pat, do you want to start with Ward 1? You know for sure is.
Yeah, can you hear me there, Murray?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, I've been sitting quiet, which I'm not normally quiet, but anyway, I echo your comments there regarding hearing it, and we've heard from both sides, and again, I got friends on both sides and constituents on both sides and everything else, and I you know, we're not going to win population contests on both sides one way or the other, the way I see it, but you know, to put it in practical terms in my own mind, like why do we have speed limits in town? You know, some people might think they're okay to drive at 100 kilometers because they got great skills and so on and so forth. But on the same note, like the gentleman just said there, it's not natural for us to be giving handouts to deer. And we've had numerous consultations with both sides, including a bunch of signatures from people in Ward 1, and on it goes. And again, I hate rules in regards to eliminating civil liberties on that note, but to me, this is one we have to start, and it's not going to be perfect. And it's one of those deals where maybe we start it and next year at this time we revisit it or what have you. But I think we got to get doing something, because we're really not getting anywhere. And some of the facts that we're hearing now are still just repetitious facts from both sides on that in that regard. But I know that didn't really say much, but that's where I'm at.
That was a good question.
Yeah. Okay, Mallory?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo Pat's point there. You can pass a bylaw and then of course you can see how it turns out, and then they can always be repealed, they can always be amended, right? This isn't the end after today. So if you wanted to start somewhere, like Pat was saying, it can always, someone can always ask us to bring it back, right? So.
Well, that'll be at the next meeting.
Well, I mean, council could ask to bring it back if they desired, but this is just, yeah, you have the option of implementing it, and then of course it can always be brought back.
Okay, I'm Nancy.
Well, I'm prepared to move forward with this today with the boundary they have, and then we can revisit the boundaries, but it is a hazard. They're a great hazard in town. Some of those deer are very aggressive now.
Well, you live in town, so you'd know that.
Well, and I mean, it's, you know, car versus deer. I've picked 2 up off from the end of the main street to my hill this year, and they're just little fawns. They just get smoked and people drive away.
Yeah. Any other comments? No. Tammy?
The MNR used to feed the deer out in Parkwood area, and they stopped about 15 years ago. And there's a lot less deer there now, where there used to be people smoking deer all the time. So I think we'd have to side with the people that know best. With the MNR, they obviously have done a lot of work on what's good for the deer or not. And so I would do the same thing as Nancy.
Okay. Any other comments?
So Marie, why don't we tell them, okay, we'll start with this if that's what they want. And if they want to rebuttal to us, they need to come up with an independent, somebody that's smarter than us to tell us yes or no from both sides. And if they've got a legitimate, you know, a confident person in a report, then we'll revisit it only if we have something like that, not just he said, she said. We need some facts from.
I think we have had some people here that supposedly were, but you can just stand up there and do.
I want to remind you of the 3-page document we submitted with our original letter, which summarizes research from North America, leading experts, it's on thousands of articles, all about here, bad and so on. So I don't think there's any argument left for that. It's a stated fact. And we did get in on input, which Greg presented last month.
Yes.
So, he contacted several top people and yeah, so that's well. Thank you.
Barry, do you have a comment?
I'd like to see a little bit of a compromise. Maybe take that line of the Harbor Road, take that little bit out to the north. I get it in town. I totally get it. I don't always side with them and I don't think, don't get me wrong here, but I don't think when they decided to quit feeding deer, it was all just because it was bad for the deer. Their budgets got cut crazily at the time and they had to, but that's another argument for another day. I do agree with the in-town. I maybe just like to see that little bit to the north there cut out and make things, square things up a little bit better, and then that'd be it. And then we can, and like.
You're all right with the map the way it is then?
No, I don't like going to the north a little bit there.
No, but in Ward 2?
Yeah, I'm okay with
Okay.
the map, other than that little purple area to the north. I like Mallory's suggestion that, hey, we'll see what happens, and you give it a year, give it 2 years, whatever, and then see what's happening.
Do you know the area to the north he's talking about?
It's on the 118 there.
Yeah, on 118.
Yeah.
Okay.
It does seem a little weird that they're targeting the right-hand side of the road going north and not the left-hand side of the road. You know, it's just.
So it's
few
everything.
things like that.
I think we're targeting one side because we own the other side. So as though I am the municipality, but it's municipal property on the other side. So we're not gonna, our staff aren't gonna go out there and dump a bunch of deer food. We've got other things to do. So
But
I think that's why.
There is some
it's-
residences on the left-hand side.
Yes, for sure. Yeah. And the other side that's not highlighted is municipal property. So staff didn't bother to indicate it because you shouldn't be going on public property and dumping deer food. I mean.
No, that's for sure.
Yeah, but.
Okay, one more comment.
That little section there, that came up in the last council meeting. It is both sides of the highway up to the municipal. It's not just one side. And the reason it's in there, that little addition, is because of country roads and all the problems that they're having with their business. They're losing money to deer. And there's a feeder up there that, because of the activity, is creating a traffic hazard. There's been a lot of deer killed.
Yeah, there's been quite a few.
School buses getting deer in there. So it's both sides of the highway, up to the municipal yard.
Is that okay, Barry?
I mean, I'm like the rest of you, it's whatever, we gotta move on.
We gotta stop, move somewhere here.
Yeah, we gotta move on. So I
So-
mean, I'm not fighting it too hard either way, to be honest, so.
Okay, so we're gonna have a resolution then?
Sure, I'll read it and then we'll see if we can get enough people to agree to it. We'll
Okay.
do it that way. Be resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the correspondence from Carol Marsalis and Derek Beachley regarding the proposed deer feeding bylaw. And further that bylaw 2023-98, being a bylaw to regulate and control the feeding of deer under the jurisdiction of Dysart et al., be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. And further that staff are directed to send the bylaw to the Ministry of Attorney General for a set fine approval.
Okay, mover and seconder? Pat? You're moving it, Pat?
Yep.
Okay. Nancy seconding? All in favor? Okay. And do you want to vote against it? No, so it's carried. Okay, boy, we're really moving. Okay. Site alteration, bylaw. Is that you, Carl?
This was Haley's as well, but it's essentially just coming back because of a little bit of a wording glitch when we sent it to the Ministry of the Attorney General for our set fines. We're just taking out the word destroy and injure and destroy a native vegetation, so it's just a minor change to the bylaw to satisfy the Ministry of Attorney General.
Okay. Resolution then, Mallory?
Sure. Be it resolved that bylaw 2023-101, being a bylaw to regulate site alteration within 30 meters of the high water mark and within the environmental protection zone lands, be read a first, second, and third time, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. And further that staff are directed to send the bylaw to the Ministry of Attorney General for set fine approval.
Okay, mover and seconder. Nancy and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Okay, now another simple one. Parking enforcement.
Yes, as mentioned earlier, we've managed, the roads department has gotten the meters removed. We're working on getting the pay and display meters removed. We're just looking on how council would like us to move forward with parking enforcement. I've outlined a few different options here. If I can go into each one, or if there's any specific questions regarding any of them, we can address it that way.
I have a question. You said that there was a couple of them are fairly expensive. Do we have an idea what the cost is?
I haven't been able to get an actual quote yet. I have reached out to a few companies regarding the automatic license plate reader systems. There are vehicle mounted ones, and then there's also phone app versions. The phone app versions will obviously be significantly cheaper because it's a software cost as opposed to a equipment and install cost.
I hate to say
Those-
this, but there may be some people that don't have an app that would be able to use it. Huh?
Oh,
Yeah. Yes. Oh, that's for you.
yeah, so it works essentially like tire chalking, except
Okay.
which is another option, but it wouldn't have us interacting with people's vehicles or marking vehicles, which can be a contentious issue.
Could be.
Yeah.
So, well, it sounds like the app is the way to go then, doesn't it?
The app is it'll be the same essentially process that we have currently, and it is very effective, but you're going to get into the argument of, well, people that don't have smartphones. I don't know a single person that doesn't have a smartphone, but I'm sure that they're out there. Or if you leave your phone at home, now you can't park on the main street. So you're going to run into those arguments, but people might leave change at home and not have any change in their vehicle. They wouldn't have had being able to pay at the parking meters anyway. So it's the same kind of excuse, but it is a system that is, going to be fairly significantly, inexpensive for the municipality to initiate, and it's going to require us to put up signs, download the Hotspot app here. We currently use the Hotspot app that's currently been in place, even when we had the paid parking system, if any council recalls.
Carl?
Yep.
I don't think they're talking about the hotspot app right now. They're talking about the app that Haley would put on her phone to be able to read the plates to see if they were along there and do that evidence.
Can I ask? Good.
Yeah, they're just talking enforcement, not paid parking.
Can I ask a question here too?
Yes.
Who's, maybe Pat knows better, but the BIA, who's pushing for this? Like, and maybe there's a lot, or are we just doing this, taking it that this is gonna be a major problem?
Well,
Or
there's going to be people abuse it.
Sure.
And we know who they are. It's not the people shopping because they're not here and that's the other thing. We need to decide on the main street whether it's 2 hour or 1 hour.
Pat or Lee, is the BIA, like, are they bringing this up to you a lot? Are you hearing much? Like what?
Barry, they were just more concerned about what to do with people that were taking advantage of it, right? So in my own head, I'm thinking it's a complaint-based process where, say somebody outside of a restaurant or whatever, they see the car sitting there, multiple hours for the day in, day out, you'd phone the township and they would come and issue a fine or what have you. But on the same note, there has to be some sort of mechanism there for them to start and stop. But we're getting rid of the parking meters, so we don't have to put that on people in terms of finding an app or finding a ticket or putting money in a meter. So trying to keep it as smooth and as moving forward as easy as we can on that note. But I know that you didn't answer your question, but they're not pushing for something, but there has to be something in place.
I'm just wondering, and again, we don't have any costs yet. Like, are we looking at $10,000, $5,000, or $200,000 to do this? And if it's really high costs, is it worth doing it because we're having a half a dozen people park on the street that shouldn't park there all day? Well, that's what I'm wondering. Are we overblown it here? And maybe we aren't. I don't get me wrong. I'm just asking that question.
Well, that's the reason the meters went in to start with, because we couldn't get the real estate and customers off the staff off the main street.
Shouldn't the BIA be going after their employees?
Absolutely, they should, Carl. Yeah.
There's also people that live in town as well, and I think they're just looking for a tool that if there are infractions and continually, they can go out and do something with it and
Make
issue
it
the
legal.
tickets. And
Walt, you have,
I'd like to see us give it a trial with not doing anything other than just trying to educate all the store owners and property owners that whether it's 6 months or whatever, and just see what's really happening here instead of going out and spending a lot of money. I don't know whether it's been a problem for a long time. I owned a business for a long time on the main street, and I was forever I knew my employees' cars, and I'd be constantly telling them, please move your car. It could be a potential customer that might want to come in and spend some money in here. So to me, it's common sense. Employees shouldn't be parking on the main street. So, I'd like to see us just give it a trial and then address it after, maybe monitor a number of vehicles that are the same ones that are on the main street, and somehow we gotta communicate with the property, the owner, and whose vehicle is it?
And in the meantime too, I'd like to see Haley keep, getting these costs and stuff in, so we have a little bit of an
Yeah.
idea of what.
If come the
what-
24th of May or June,
Yeah,
it's a problem, then we'll have to do something.
So we could just go with complaint based now and
Yeah.
see how it goes. Our meters were always covered all winter anyway,
Yeah,
so.
exactly. Yeah, and they can't park
Complaint-based.
with the snow removal, so.
Yeah.
Sure does. Makes a lot nicer looking town. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I guess we have a resolution on that. Mallory, do we see it?
Sure. Be it resolved, the council receives the parking enforcement alternatives report as information.
Mover and seconder, Nancy and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Okay,
Sorry, just a question on that. So that if we were going with the complaint-based system, if we want to move forward with that, we're going to need additional signs identifying it's a 2-hour maximum parking. Is council okay with us going ahead with that?
yeah, if you go to a restaurant for dinner, you're going to be more than an hour, so. Yeah, I think 2 hours.
Okay.
Okay. We did move that, didn't we? Okay, so we're off to draft short-term rental bylaw. And I think Carl, you had comments on that?
Correct, yeah. So this is the, so further to last month when Steve Stone gave an overview of the short-term rental bylaw. This is providing the actual draft bylaw that's now out of date since last Tuesday or Wednesday when they brought it back to county council. There's only a few changes that affects my report, but I'll cover those when we go through it. So what I'm essentially doing is looking for council's comments based on an actual draft bylaw that we'll go through quickly here. So just the very first one. So go through my comments first, and then if it spawns anything, or if you have additional comments, let's bring those out during this report or after. So the first one is definition of accessory building or structure. So this is one that they did change at the county level. They've reduced it from 160 square feet to basically 107 square feet, so 10 square meters in size. I don't think that changes the problem because we do have our rural type 1 lots that do permit a private cabin as a main building on the property. And if it's less than 10 square meters in size, they can still rent it out, and it wouldn't be captured under this bylaw as a short-term rental. So just eliminating that size, I think, would be would solve that issue. So don't put a size restriction in there. Just basically, if it's a accessory building or structure, it's going to be covered under this bylaw. So that's my recommendation, is just remove any mention of size within that bylaw at all. With regards to number 2, so definition of additional dwelling units, residential dwelling units, secondary. So this one's going to be a bit of a contentious issue. We're trying to get council's feedbacks on this one. So again, in our zoning bylaws, you're aware we're trying to introduce second dwelling units, additional dwelling units into the zoning bylaw. Do we want those available as short-term rentals? That's not the whole goal of these secondary dwellings, additional dwelling units. It's to create additional dwellings, not short-term rentals. So we don't want to encourage short-term rentals within secondary dwelling units. Just wondering if council is in agreement with that before we move forward with this one.
Yep. I just have a couple questions about that. And I've read a lot on it, so it might not be in here, it might be in here. But they want short-term rentals to have the owner of the property there on site when they rent out. And it doesn't make any sense then to have a secondary dwelling on the property where the property owner could be in the main dwelling, but rent out the secondary dwelling So, and maybe it's because they just need to survive. It's not a business per se. They're just trying to like pay their taxes on it or doing renovations on it. It's not really a business per se because a business is supposed to be profitable and they're just trying to get to zero. So I don't understand why we're going to limit that and take that as not an option when they have a secondary dwelling, because it's more safe with having the people that own it on the same property. At least that's my thought on it, is that's why they want the owner on the property when they do the short-term rental. So I am not in agreement with that because it just goes against what they want with having the property owner on it, on the same property when the short-term rental is. But I don't think that it should be restricted.
I don't believe it is restricted by any means. So I get to that as well as in number 5. So definition of owner occupied short-term rental. And that's one of my things that we should eliminate out of the bylaw if we agree with the one that we're talking about right now, number 2, with regards to additional dwelling units. Because if we take that option out for a short-term rental, then we're into basically a bed and breakfast requirement, or something along those lines, and which isn't covered under this bylaw. So it doesn't this bylaw doesn't regulate bed and breakfast. So that's essentially, the two go hand in hand. So if we agree that within additional residential dwelling units that we're allowing in our zoning bylaw, once it gets amended, if we're not allowing those as secondary short-term rentals, then that eliminates that issue. So I'm just trying to get feedback from council if they're in agreement with that. If not, then we'll keep this in, that people can rent out these additional dwelling units as short-term rentals. I'm just trying to get direction.
I thought,
Sorry, your mic's not on. I can't hear.
I thought there was a time frame there, something about 6. I forget the number, but I thought there was and then that would apply to these additional units. So you'd only be able to rent them, I think, so many times.
I think in terms of the additional dwelling units in general, I think the reason that it's taken out here is because the intention was to provide long-term rental housing with those, as opposed to short-term rental housing.
They're all back lots too. I don't know how desirable they'd be. Any other comments? Yes.
Are any councillors in favor of allowing people to rent out these secondary dwelling units? Again, these are the ones that we've been talking about in our zoning bylaw to encourage additional dwelling units within, to be available.
Go ahead, Pat.
I'm definitely in favor of somebody renting them out. To me, it's just a delineation of whether it's an Airbnb style where you're looking for maximum profit and high turnover, rather than what we're trying to create here is more housing at an affordable cost and a benefit for both the owner and whoever's there, anyway.
Yeah, so short-term as opposed to long-term rental. We want them as long-term rentals is what you're saying, Pat?
Well, yeah, but then you got to define what's long-term. So you say you take a nurse in town, what's the limit? Is it a month? Is it 2 months? And that's something that I guess has to be combed out on that note. But short-term would be a week, of course, or 2 weeks or 3, I would imagine. But anyway.
Yeah, I think that is in the bylaw here somewhere.
It's in less than a month, I think.
Yeah, the bylaw says 28 consecutive nights, a period less than 28 consecutive nights.
That's the number I was looking for.
So less than a month, basically, it's a short-term rental.
I think that's fair.
Is that fair? Is that all right, Tim?
Well, if what you're gonna run into is, and this is why short-term rentals are favorable over long-term rentals, is then once you're into a long-term rental, then you have to abide by the Tenant Act. And if you are beside the secondary dwelling and you have to live there, now you have somebody you can't get out because of all of the,
Red tape.
yeah, like it's horrible. So you're at the mercy of the agreement for long-term rentals. Where short-term rentals, if you don't like somebody, they're only there for a couple days or a week and they're gone.
But the whole purpose of adding the additional dwellings on lots was to provide permanent housing.
That's what the province intended.
So it's totally different than if you want to have short-term rentals, dunge out your basement, make a little apartment and have them there a couple nights.
It's a problem. It's a problem. I mean, the federal government is now stepping in.
Yeah.
To regulate short-term rentals. But in my mind, they created the problem in the first place.
Yes.
Because of, like Tammy's saying, they put the regulations that you basically can't, once somebody's in there, you can't get rid of them. So everybody's gone to short-term rentals because of those regulations. And I mean, that's an issue. And unfortunately, now they're gonna try and deal with it now, but they made the mistake in the first place. So
How do you reverse it now?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you would have to, very choosy, but I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're certainly making this clear, aren't we? Well, what's everybody think? Let's come back to that when we get to 5.
Okay, very good.
Number 3 here now.
Okay, so dwelling, waterfront area, cottage. So I don't think that there's a need to differentiate between waterfront and cottage and a dwelling unit. We don't care where these are necessarily. We don't need those additional units. Cottage isn't even mentioned in the bylaw anywhere other than as a defined term. So
I think we can agree to that.
okay. So a definition of dwelling unit. So in here where it's not necessary to include in which contains a heating system. So again, if you're looking at, again, the summer is the greatest time to rent out these dwellings, whether they're waterfront or not. And if it's a traditional cottage, some of them don't contain any heating system. And if it doesn't contain a heating system, then it wouldn't be considered a dwelling unit and therefore wouldn't be captured under this bylaw. So it doesn't make any sense to include that as a definition. So I'm just suggesting removing which contains a heating system from that definition so that it captures those that don't have heating systems, the traditional cottages. Any issues with that?
Makes sense too. Yep.
Okay. And then, okay, so number 5, definition of owner occupied rental. So this presents a few issues. So if council agrees with number 2, then the only option would be to be a bed and breakfast, which isn't covered in this bylaw. So again, going back to number 2, if we have the accessory dwelling units, which were going to be permitted eventually in our zoning bylaw, and again, they're not, you can't have those on waterfront residential lots. They would be in our residential lots, rural lots, to have secondary dwelling units. And this is somebody that's going to build another building on their property or basically convert their garage into a dwelling, those types of things that will eventually be permitted. The whole idea that the province is allowing this to go forward is for additional dwellings so that, to curb housing issues. We don't necessarily, it's not intended that these would be for short-term rentals. So just looking at these versus long-term rentals, again, it's not making anybody get into the landlord business that doesn't want to get into the landlord business. But, is this something that council wants to support, allowing these secondary dwellings to be a short-term rental, so less than a month rental time, or should these be long-term rentals to curb the housing issues that we're seeing?
Well, what's everybody think of that? Well,
Yeah, I'm in favor of what Carl said there in regard to we're trying to address an issue of some housing issues that we have here. There seems to be a lot of short-term rentals out there on the market already today, and I sure, if somebody needs to have a place to live, that's what we're trying to find here is a solution for that problem. And I think if we just open this secondary units on properties up to short-term rentals, we're just creating a bigger monster, and we're not addressing the big issue, which is shortage of housing.
Well, if that's the consensus.
Pat
Yeah.
has a question.
Murray and Walt, has there been any dialogue with this at the county level with the perimeters of the short-term rentals in regards to timelines or definitive type stuff? I know that's kind of two different horses maybe, but anyway.
Okay.
Oh, in terms of timelines, I think we're all in the process of reviewing it at the individual municipalities and. Oh, and then sending back our recommendations to the county. They're all trying to make sure the bylaws are as close as possible to each other. So I think some of these comments will help. But in terms of the additional dwelling units and short and long-term rentals, I think it's pretty consistent that the view is that they're intended for long-term.
Oh, because that really doesn't answer your question, but it's as close as we can get that.
Right.
Everybody's looking at that. And I think this raises a question. And if Carl sends that down, that'll get discussed at the county as well. The both 4 and 5.
I rent units myself, and I do know, and I echo Tammy's concerns. The Landlord Tenant Act and Barry's as well is a train wreck right now, and it's been caused by exactly what's been previously mentioned. But on the same note, if it's the homeowner and the tenant, I guess on that note, that's their deal. So if we're trying to solve a housing issue, I would support moving ahead with the timelines that we just talked about in 30 days or whatever it is to get it started. And that gets the process started. And I don't know if this is another instance where we can revisit it, in 4 months or after the county looks at it, or I don't know where they're at, but it's just a suggestion to get it started and let's get moving on it.
Okay. Got to start somewhere. Okay.
So the recommendation on that one, that the definition of owner occupied short-term rental be deleted or changed to be exclusive to a legal second suite within a dwelling unit. So basically, if you have a basement apartment, and if it's a legal second suite, then you can rent that out, but short-term, but your additional dwelling units on the property wouldn't be able to be rented out. Does council agree with that recommendation?
What I'm hearing.
The additional dwelling units on the property would be for longer term.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Is it, did I read somewhere that if that whole property, so including the secondary dwelling and the main dwelling, was all short-term rental, then it's all right to rent it out?
So that's for the private cabin. So we'll get to that next. We're getting to that shortly. So that's essentially guest, or they call them guest cabins, or something else. We'll get to that here next. So that's number 6, definition of sleeping cabin. So our zoning bylaw would permit the renting out of a sleeping cabin as long as it's rented with and not separately from the dwelling. And the county in their last draft had actually changed that to basically support this. So we allow renting out of the private cabin as long as it's rented out with the property as a whole, and not individually. So you can't rent out your private cabin while the owner stays in the house, or vice versa, because a private cabin is, which they call a sleeping cabin here, is only for overflow sleeping. It's not for it's not a dwelling on its own.
So basically, Carl, to give a simple thing there, is you'd advertise you got 3 bedrooms in your main thing, and you got your sleeping cabin. So basically, you're renting it out as a 4-bedroom place.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So we permit that, and we don't have any issues with that. County has changed their bylaw to basically mirror that. So they're good with that. The other thing that we would change in there is, and again, the county doesn't have to be on board with this one, is just including in the definition of a sleeping cabin, it also includes a private cabin, because that's what we we term it as in our zoning bylaw, and I don't know what other municipalities term theirs as. They're typically called bunkies, but that word bunkie is already in that definition. We would just include also contains a sleeping also called a sleeping private cabin. Because that's what we call it in our zoning bylaw, just to be consistent, so that we know that what we're talking about when we're dealing with these.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah, so 7 is so section 2.4 of the bylaw, as it applies to a tenant of a premises, and this goes to Harcourt Park, because Harcourt Park is made up of land leases, and we would not want to restrict short-term rentals there. So if somebody wants to rent those out, easy recommendation on that one is that premises be changed to building, because the owners own the building, and if they're the tenant of a building, which means that then they would be able to rent those out as the building. So the premise versus building essentially is an easy change for that one.
okay, that makes sense, I think. Okay, 8.
Table 8. So again, they make class 2 or so table 1, reference to table 1. License classes. There's only one class of license. There used to be 2 classes of licenses, but just getting rid of any definition of a class A license, because there's no class A license anymore. It's just one class of license.
Okay.
So basically just remove any reference to that from the bylaw. That's a fairly simple one. I don't think there'd be any discussion on that one. Number 9 is section 5.1. So again, 5.1 contains a list of A to V of things that should be provided in the application. So a lot of those could be removed because they would be contained within the application form itself. Basically specific things, attachments that would come with that application would be your general liability insurance, a copy of that, your site plan, the parking management plan, and your plan for fire safety. So those would all be attachments to the bylaw, and those could be part of that list that are required. Other sections, so they have section R, which deals with the rental signs. So that should be a different section, which it actually is a different section in the bylaw already. And with regards to V, with regards to refusal of issuance of a license, that has nothing to do with the application form. That should be a separate section of the bylaw itself. And there was also discussion about so the last point on that one, add to subclause J, the requirement for photos of the deck. So currently J asks for pictures of the front and back of the cottage, asking for photos of all decks on the property. That was an issue that was brought up when we had a staff meeting at the county level with regards to identifying safety concerns. So decks were a specific concern that was brought up. I'm not sure what our council feels about that one.
I don't know what that may tell you. I guess you can know if there's railings, but you're not going to know if the steps meet the code or anything else.
Well, it's essentially, yeah, just basically a snapshot of is this going to be a safe deck or not,
Yeah.
right? So if is it a new deck, and did it have a permit, those types of things. I'm not sure what it's just additional work that we would have to do, but it was something that was brought up at the county level, and I thought I'd bring it up at our council's level as well.
What happens if we look at a picture like that and we think it's okay, then it ends up collapsing, then will we not be sort of in the liability issue?
That's
there?
the other side of the coin, yes.
Yeah, I don't think we should do it.
Okay.
Part of this came to being because there was the recommendation that everything be building code compliant. So that left a question of which building code and at which time in history. So I think it was Carl that actually mentioned focusing on the things that could be obvious things like a faulty railing or no decks on no handrails on stairs, and things where people are gathering outside could easily fall if there's not the proper guards or things like that. So that's just the background of where that's coming from.
I just have a question for Carl
Yep.
as well. So in the application requirements, it's just like the fire safety plan and stuff. Is there also something in there proof that they've had their septic inspection and that it's passing?
Yeah, sorry, I missed that one. That was section T, and that's in my list as well.
Oh, sorry.
So,
Okay.
yeah. So just on that one on the decks, we'll just finish with that one. Everybody okay with removing that from the recommendation? That we don't need
I
pictures
think
of
it's
the
a big
decks.
risk myself.
Okay.
Because
I'm good with that.
The railing the handrail could fall off the week after you took the picture.
Yep.
Yeah, I believe that the homeowner's gonna have insurance anyways.
Yeah.
Right, so that's not really our place, I guess, on that note.
Very good. So yeah, so section T I did miss. Thank you, Nancy. Basically it would be shortened to require a copy of the septic use permit or results of the sewage system maintenance inspection. Currently, it has a long list of things that you need to provide for your septic system, and we would just shorten it up to those things, which we currently do already. If council's in agreement with that, that would be the recommendation for that, and we would remove that the last one, which is subclause J for the decks, pictures of the decks.
Just have a quick question. Do you do this or do we do this already for the long-term rentals?
So we do it for waterfront properties only, and we're moving into your area next, Councilor Donaldson.
Yeah, no,
with
for the whole thing.
septics.
Like not just the septics, but for everything else. Like, do we do that for long-term rentals?
No. This is just for short-term rentals. This is just regulating short-term rentals.
That's what this bylaw is.
I was just checking to see that this would be so much safer than a long-term rental because it has to comply with all this, where a long-term rental has no compliance.
Well, except it had to meet the building code.
But I guess it just doesn't get checked
It
then.
doesn't get checked as regularly, no. No, you're right.
All right, and then the next one is so 10 is section 6.8 with regards to fire extinguishers. I did talk about this one with our fire chief, and we'd want this to be changed to a class K or class ABC for the cooking area, and a class ABC for every other floor area. Currently, it's a class ABC for kitchen area and class BC for every floor area. So your class A is your typical combustible materials. We don't. It's not understood why they would remove the ABC from other floor areas. So we would want them. We'd want that changed to class ABC for every other floor area.
Okay.
And then section 11. So entry and inspection. So this section permits entry onto land only and not into dwellings. So this one here, because it's a short-term rental, we would want to get into the buildings to verify bedroom counts, those types of things, smoke alarms, fire alarms, fire extinguishers are in place, those types of things. So we would want to make sure that that is in the bylaw, that we are permitted access into the dwellings themselves. So that would be basically adding a new subsection 11.2 requiring entry into dwellings with notification of minimum 15 days to conduct the inspection. Although not specific right under the Municipal Act, in order to obtain a license, that would be required. Any concerns with that?
I thought the owner had to say that he complied. I didn't think we.
So that is part of it. So that's part of the licensing requirement, is that they submit all this stuff saying that they comply, and then it's up to the municipality to inspect these eventually. So, and we would be inspecting them eventually, not all at once, but basically throughout our septic reinspection program, we would be inspecting those at the
As
same
we
time.
got to it, okay.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
But only, yeah, but obviously only if they're short-term rentals.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. No, I think they're a good suggestion. It's good.
Okay. And did council have any other issues with the bylaw, reviewing the draft bylaw that you want to bring up?
I have a couple of questions. I just went through and I just highlighted a few things. Some of them might have already been. Is there a spot in here where if there was where the bylaw had to go out for a complaint, it said that the bylaw gives them the right to be on the property to check the complaint? Is that in here somewhere in the 23 pages? If it is, does that not put our bylaw officer at risk?
So there's a requirement for the responsible person, which is like the owner of the property, to be on site within a certain amount of time once there's a complaint. So that's the responsible person. We would follow up on that complaint. If the municipality received that complaint, we would follow up as well as we would with any other complaint. And that is, I don't have it right off the right off the get-go. But again, it's a long bylaw. But that's essentially that requirement is that that owner has to be on site to mitigate that issue immediately
that's
or within a certain amount of time.
Right. The point system, is there, is it like a license, driver's license where the points fall off after a certain time? I just didn't see a time allowed for having the points fall off. Or do they stay with the property or the owner for how long?
That's a good question. So again, without going too deep into it, it is essentially they stay there forever. The demerit system. There's no provision that they are removed. I don't believe. So it could be like 3 years later they get another complaint, and that those demerit points are still there.
Could they be reset potentially with a new owner?
Well, yeah, I think with a new owner they probably would be, but again, that could get confusing because they might transfer the property to the husband or something, just to change that. But that's something that I didn't consider in here. But yeah, the demerit system, it's I believe it goes forever with that short-term rental. Again, there is a process where they can appeal. So if we remove a license, they can appeal that process to the committee, whoever we decide the committee is, whether it's council or whether it's a committee of the county that hears these appeals.
That's now to be at the county. If the appeal process.
Okay.
A break.
The next one is 2.2, page 7. And you didn't mention it in here, but it says any building or any non-building or structure such as a motor vehicle, recreational vehicle, trailer, camper, or whatever, or utility shed, etc. Why would that be?
So based on the definition of building, those are not buildings in accordance with the
Right.
with the definition. So you wouldn't be able to allow these specific buildings for short-term rentals.
But how come?
That's what the bylaw decided on. So essentially the camper, renting these things out, so nobody would want to live in a shed, but trailers on a property, you wouldn't be able to have a trailer on a property unless it was zoned for that to allow people to live in a trailer on the property. Recreational vehicles, same idea. Motor vehicles, again, nobody wants.
The only reason I asked is because I was just looking for a short-term rental and last month, and one option that I come up with was they had a travel trailer in their driveway that I could rent out. And I went, oh, that's a great idea because I'm only going to be there a short time, and some of those travel trailers are nicer than houses. So it's not that it's a bad thing. It's a really nice option, and it could help them pay for their travel trailer. So I just wondered why that wouldn't be a possibility, especially also if it was, it's part of what people do up here. So it's part of the experience of being in a travel trailer. Why would they have that in there?
So our zoning bylaw does not permit use of travel trailers on any property in our municipality unless it's zoned for that. So that is our trailer parks. So you wouldn't be able to use that in accordance with our zoning bylaw.
Okay, so it's because of the bylaw.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other issues?
Who is approved to do the site plan?
So anybody can do the site plan. The owner can do the site plan. But again, it would have to it'd have to show the site plan. Site plan is defined, so it identifies what exactly is required on the site plan.
Okay. So this one is 5.1 R about short-time rental sign display on the property. And you can have a minimum of a 2-foot to a 5-foot sign. I can't imagine. Oh, first of all, Why would they want that? Why would they put that in there, the county?
Good question. Again, do Murray or, sorry.
Yeah, I think, because it was in a lot of other bylaws, so people know that when they buy next door, that's a short-term rental.
So here is a couple of things that come up for me is that when you're using Airbnb, you don't even know where that property is until after you've paid for the property. So the privacy is really strict on Airbnb. And here we're doing the exact opposite. We're telling everybody that this is a short-term rental. So technically a person could be driving by, see it's a short-term rental and bypass the whole system. And if there's nothing in there, they can go in there and bypass the whole system. So we're opening up a whole thing. It's just like having a motel sign out there. I don't really think this is a really, I'm totally not against, I'm totally against that.
It's questioned. It's going to be questioned.
Yeah, because it's an invasion of privacy and it opens it up on another whole. If you put that out there, you might not even have to use a short-term rental. And with the amount of fees that they have put on the guests now, which almost for a week for me was over $500 just in fees that I would have had to pay on Airbnb, or I did pay. Where here now we're opening it up, they can bypass that system completely and be a lot cheaper to go to, because they can see where all the short-term rentals are because they're signed. I don't agree with that at all.
Okay.
So,
Well, you're sending that list to the county anyway, that you.
yeah.
Well, I think though, anything that goes forward to the county
Yeah,
now
has
has
to come through
to
us.
come through this list that
Yeah.
Carl's submitting, so if council wants to discuss that and add it to the list,
So
we
can-
need to do it.
Can we add it to the list
And we
then?
can add it for questioning for.
Well, so what are the, again, as Murray indicated, is to allow the neighbors to know that there's a short-term rental there, right? And that it is a licensed short-term rental, because it would have the license number displayed on it, those types of things. So I think the neighbors want to know what properties are short-term rentals so that, you know, if there are
I think
issues,
they know.
they know. Well, so
I don't
one of
think
the other
there's a sign.
So one of the other items is the complaint process with this, right? So if there is a complaint, let's say it's loud music late at night, then there is a 1-800 number that they're going to call, or basically one number that they're going to call that's going to contact an agency that's going to be able to contact the owner of the property immediately. The owner of the property is then going to do that. With a building that's not a short-term rental, there's no option like that. So for these people to know that this is a short-term rental, they're going to be able to know that they can call this number and put a stop to this immediately. So that's one of the reasons why as well that it needs to be known that it's a short-term rental. Again, if somebody's driving up and down the streets looking for short-term rentals, I don't think that they're going to have you know, luck trying to rent a property doing it that way. I'm not sure what the concern is there. I don't foresee that concern, but again, you're in the business. I understand from what you said that you pay for rental, you know, through Airbnb or whatever. Like, how do you see that as being an issue with the fees that you pay for Airbnb?
Well, because anybody that sees a short-term rental driving by, they could go in there because they know that they're set up. And if they're looking for a place to stay, they can just see whether they're booked or not. Like, it's just like putting a motel sign out. I mean, they're seeing it. I see the county is seeing it as totally opposite, that the neighbors already know that it's a short-term rental. You don't need a sign on it. I guess if they were buying, then maybe, but I would be talking to the neighbors before I bought anything anyways. But I see them seeing it totally opposite of what's really going to happen to it. Like it's like having a motel sign out there. That's all.
I don't think
Marley?
it's, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I don't think it's a horrible thing to have some sort of notice on the exterior of the building. If you've got a bunch of people staying in an Airbnb, could be a significant size place. You know, if something happens there, that's going to identify that to emergency services that these people maybe don't know this property or they don't know this place, and it's just going to flag it in a different way. As a, there's that aspect of it as well.
The other thing that I've come across is that the people rent their cottage out for Airbnb, but they also use it themselves. So what if they have the family reunion, they have their sign out there, but they're the owners? So do they still get all the fines and everything?
So yeah, the bylaw doesn't apply. There is an exemption if the owner is using this property that is licensed as an Airbnb. So the rules don't apply. So if there's, let's say, a complaint, it's going to go straight to the owner who's at the property. So again, the rules of our, let's say, our noise bylaw still apply, whether it's the owner or not. Just the means of having this bylaw specifically apply doesn't apply when the owner is at the property themselves.
Okay. And 6.2, shall be restricted to 2 individuals per guest room. What's the purpose of that?
So that actually mirrors the building code, where that's what the occupant load of a dwelling is, based on 2 people per bedroom. And that's how a septic system is sized, those types of things.
Okay, so if they had a bigger septic system, it wouldn't be, so really it's for the amount of the septic system, whether it's a 4,700 liter tank or not, whether how many people, it's not really per room.
Well, that's part of it. The other part is that they don't want, these, 15, 16 people, like 3 bedrooms sleeps 20 people, those types of ads, to curtail those, because the more people you can sleep, the more money you make, apparently. So putting beds in rooms that aren't fit to be bedrooms,
So you're assuming though that a bedroom is a 10 by 12 or a 10 by 14. There's much bigger ones too, and you're only going to have 2 people in it, where you could have 2 sets of bunk beds easily in a 10 by 16. So you have 4 people in there.
I think they're worried about septic load though, right?
Yeah, it's so the 2 people per bedroom is also, it's not just about the septic system, it's also about egress requirements out of rooms, those types of things. So it covers more than just the septic, but that's the main thing that we look at, is the ability of the septic system. And again, we don't run into situations where the septic is sized more than what the building could really accommodate. Sometimes it is, but slightly larger, but we don't get into those.
So it could you not add then to that, if it's a 4,700 liter tank that has a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house? So if this pertains to that, like, can you put that shall be restricted to 2 individuals per guest room, and then in brackets with the septic system being the size of whatever that requirement is?
No, because the sizing of the bed itself is a lot different than sizing of the tank. It has a lot of variables, types of under native soils, those types of things that again get very complicated. It's not just about the size of the septic tank itself.
Okay, so the whole system then.
Mhm.
So if they could prove that the whole system was massive compared to a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, then this would be irrelevant?
So they can go through a septic evaluation to increase the size of the loading capacity of their septic system and get that changed. That wouldn't necessarily be through this bylaw. This bylaw restricts it to maximum 2 people per bedroom. That's what this bylaw is basically doing. The whole portion of the septic system is a different aspect, and then that relates back to the municipality itself with regards to the what the approval of this septic system is. So every septic system has an installation report, a use permit that identifies this is the maximum use of that system, right? So again, if they have a 3-bedroom system and it can support 4, they have to go through that septic evaluation to create that paper trail to show, yes, this is approved for 4 bedrooms. Now you can rent it as 4 bedrooms, but they'd have to create a 4th bedroom in there somewhere.
And the other one on this one is that if they have a child under the age of 2, they're still counted as an individual. What is with that?
Maybe Murray or Walt could give a little insight on that. I don't. That's a county level thing.
But I thought we were, and that's not going to use a septic system at all. They'd be in diapers.
Is Murray's mic off? Murray, is your mic off? Hello, okay.
I don't understand that one. Maybe you guys think that,
That was a legal opinion the county got.
Well,
I don't know.
I mean, that would be pretty good if you could have your 2-year-old trained to use
Yeah.
the septic and not in diapers, but that doesn't make
If they're
any sense at
disposable
all.
Diapers, they might be going into the septic.
Well, they shouldn't be, but anyway,
They
you
do.
might bath a 2-year-old once a day, which is, and that's soap and water, and that's every bit as harmful to the septic system as the waste, so.
I don't want to rush you, but if you
No, I
have
think
more,
I'm
do you
good.
want to talk to Carl? Maybe.
You've already said that the notice of entry and inspection in number 11, it just sounded like if the person didn't show up, the bylaws going in and they can inspect and remove any documents, which is, why don't you just take a picture of it instead of removing documents? And it just doesn't sound like that. They're just gonna go in there, and I think that's a liability risk on our part as well, for our bylaw officer or whoever else is going in. Cause it doesn't say with notice anywhere on number 11.1.
Yeah, that's one of my recommendations, is that we provide 15 days notice to conduct an inspection within the buildings. That section 11 is only with regards to entry onto lands, so we can enter upon lands, which anybody can do at any time. It's Girl Scout cookie, Girl Scouts selling cookies. They can go enter onto land at any time. Anybody has that ability. We're asking for entry into buildings with 15 days notice.
Okay, and then number 13, the offense and penalty. Well, you didn't make note of that at all, going back to the county. What was
Yeah,
the-
so these the enforcement sections, those are typical wording sections for enforcement provisions in a bylaw, so we don't usually look at those too closely. Sorry, what was your specific question?
So, well, who sets it then if we're not concerned about it?
So these offenses are under the Provincial Offences Act as minimum offenses or as maximum offenses. That's what those are listed as. So these aren't set fines. These are Provincial Offences Act provisions. So that means that we're taking somebody to court for this, and that's what the judge basically is allowed to basically give the maximum penalty of $50,000. It never turns out to be $50,000 unless it's a very excessive issue, but
Yeah, I
that's
mean, because technically the judge could say then that he could charge $50,000 for somebody that has no idea about our bylaw and has a short-term rental without a license. So
right.
Without a license, they could be charged $50,000, right? At this
Yeah,
point.
and that's up to the judge. So these are
Yeah.
typical wordings. These are required wordings within offense penalty sections to make them official. So we can't. This is what the courts have come back and saying. This is what you need in your bylaw to make them official for these under these offense and penalty sections. So we don't have any leniency to changing the wording in these sections here.
Okay.
So.
All right, that's good for now.
So the only outstanding issue, again, sorry to keep beating this, was that sign section. I don't. Can we get some recommendation from council what we want to do with that sign? Do we want to remove that section? Recommend removing that section from the bylaw, or have that sign in there? Require that
Marie,
sign.
can I add an additional perspective here? If people think that people are doing an unregulated short-term rental because they don't have a sign with their approval number displayed somewhere, we're gonna get a lot more people calling us. That's my problem with, like, even when you build a building, you put your permit out on just so people know that you're not just going ham on a property for no reason with no approval, right? If we're gonna regulate short-term rentals, there should be something that tells the public that, yeah, this person did go through the due diligence. Otherwise, people are going to think that people are doing unregulated short-term rentals. That's my only concern with not signing it, is that you're going to get more complaints.
And the other thing is, if it's signed, you know it's a short-term rental. If you don't, you don't know it is, so they can be operating illegally because they've got no sign. So it's not, there isn't a perfect way to do it.
Just a quick one there, Murray, just to echo that, even if it was a small sign, I'm not big on putting a great big sign up, but if you put, say, a yellow sign with their approval number below their 911 number on the tag on at the end of their driveway, it's pretty easy to do for everybody. My own opinion, but anyway.
And some of them put them on the buildings, but you gotta drive in and you gotta see the building. Well, that's no good. You can't, not,
It needs to be identified.
yeah. Even if it's a little sign on the 911.
So how about on the, so it's got, right now it's gotta be a minimum of 2 feet, maximum of 5 feet. So why can't it go on a mailbox, say, on that size? So can we suggest a lesser minimal amount?
So, so it restricts the maximum size. But it doesn't say the minimum size, so it just says the
minimum size
maximum
is
size.
2.1, I think it said.
The maximum size sign area is 2.15 square feet. And the maximum height is 5 feet. So they're only regulating the maximum size of the sign, not the minimum
That's pretty
size.
big. It doesn't need to be that big. I don't think.
No.
But the minimum can be allowed.
So minimum could be dropped.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's what the bylaw currently says, is that it just restricts the size of the sign, maximum size. So you don't have a huge display saying, hey, rent here.
Carl, not to belabor the signs, but I know there was some point talking about a sign inside that confirmed the number of occupants that were licensed for the dwelling.
That's additional requirements. So that's within the building, so that the whoever occupies the building knows that this is the maximum occupant load of this, and that, you know, these are the rules. Like there's going to display to certain rules within that building. So that is a different sign. Yeah, it's than this one that we're talking about.
Okay. Then I guess we'll have a resolution, all right?
Okay, be it resolved that council received the draft short-term rental bylaw review report as information, and further that council directs staff to submit the agreed upon list of concerns to the county for consideration.
Mover and seconder. Nancy and Barry, all in favor? Carried. Okay, I don't know what to do here. Maybe we can do public works. And then we'll break for lunch. It's gonna be lunchtime. And I see Lori's cooking back there. So. Where's where? Okay. We have Rob and Dave here. John, maybe? Okay, you hear Rob? He's gone to lunch. Well, then why don't we break for lunch and come back at, say, 10 after?
The first two, right, they're separate questions, but they're not, so let's go through the easy ones.
Yeah, okay. Well, Rob, that first one, that warning sign on Indian Point Road, I think she's near the end of the road.
No, that one's not far from the Harborne Road, actually.
Oh, it isn't, okay.
No. So we do get requests like this from time to time. I did a bit of a dashboard assessment on it this morning, quite honestly. So the driveway itself is near or at the crest of a hill along a straight stretch. So this one's a little different in that their concern is when they're turning into their driveway as opposed to out of their driveway. But regardless, this decision is solely at council's discretion. What I can say is there was an entrance permit issued in 2018, and there was no comment of any type saying there was deficient sight lines or a hidden sign required. Having said that, our policy is pretty loose and only requests 100 feet of sight distance in each direction for each driveway. So again, it's council's discretion if they want to sign this or not. I will caution, if we start signing every driveway that people have a concern about, they're going to have a lot of signs on our roads and they're probably going to lose their effectiveness.
Has she got the 100 feet visibility both ways?
I think so. I mean, we didn't get out and measure it, but just doing a windshield assessment and looking at the entrance permit, I believe they've met the 100 feet.
Okay, well, we should turn it down then, or we're going to be putting hundreds of them out. Okay, resolution then?
Okay, be it resolved that council acknowledges received the correspondence from Kara Oksuek, sorry if I said that wrong, requesting warning signage in front of the driveway located at 1139 Indian Point Road. And further that the request be denied.
Mover and seconder. Walt. Barry, all in favor? Carried. Okay, the next one's Guilford Street, and I don't even know where that is.
It is just, it's in West Guilford, just not far from County Road 7. It's off of County Road 6.
Guilford.
Yeah. So yeah, imagine that. Again, we do get requests like this from time to time. I can say in the last term of council, we had a couple and they weren't favorable to installing these signs. Council at the time felt that GPS was sufficient enough for people to find their way around. Having said that, if delivery trucks are getting in there and they do get stuck, it does cause a bit of an issue. So again, council's discretion if you want to put this sign up as well. But we do get, I would say we get more of these requests than we do of the hidden driveways.
So Murray, I'd say the only thing with this one is if they don't make the intersection, they're going to Bill's stores where they're going.
Yeah.
So they just, and they try to turn around there and they don't realize that they can't. So I think that's probably a spot that does need one. Just for that reason, because it's all the trucks.
There's a lot of traffic in there.
Going to Bill's store, so, and it's the first road past the intersection that they're trying to go down.
Well,
And it's barely long enough for a truck, one of those tractor trailers to go down, like it's
Yeah.
not a long road.
Yeah, that's
but
why
it-
they get stuck.
Yeah.
So we want to approve the sign then? Okay, you want, have the resolution then, Mallory?
Okay, be resolved the council acknowledges and received the correspondence from Kara Robertson requesting a no exit sign on Guilford Street, and further that council directs that one no exit sign be installed on Guilford Street. Municipal staff will determine the appropriate location for the approved signage.
You want to mover and seconder, Carl and Barry, all in favor? Carrie, thank you. Okay. Roads report. Okay.
Yep, good morning, council. Good morning, Mayor.
Morning.
You can hear me fine?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, perfect. So the road maintenance status report for October 2023, construction. We had some C-cap paving done on Kiefer Street. That was Miller paving. Ditching and culverts, we completed those on Bitter Lake Road and Kinesis Lake Road. There was only one on Kinesis that we had to do. Brushing and tree removal. So subcontractor Boschcon Tree Services finished up with any dangerous trees that we had. Yard boys finished up the brushing. Spray patching. So we carried out our spray patching throughout West Shore, Ridgeview, Mountain Street, and Wilkinson. Pothole patching. Also ongoing where needed. Road sweeping. We wrapped up our road sweeping last month. And we had our winter sand delivered last month, which is ongoing now. So
Okay. Resolution then, any questions or discussion?
Murray, I don't know if this is, sorry.
Do you hear me? Sorry, Pat.
Yeah.
So how's our project in town there doing? On the sidewalks and stuff there? It's getting dragged out. Is that done or near done, Rob?
It is not done. It is substantially complete. There will be some maintenance holdbacks on it. It didn't really end as quick as we would like to have seen. I think the weather caught up with them. Having said that, they had lots of time to do the work. So you'll see for sure in the spring they'll come back for some cleanup, probably some topsoil and some seed. But in the meantime, there will be maintenance holdbacks on it. So
Okay. Pardon? Oh, Pat, do you have?
Oh, no, I had the same question. It's all good.
I saw them down there with a torch trying to heat up some pavement to fill a hole there yesterday.
Which time? The third time or the second?
Yeah, that was the third or fourth. Yeah.
My goodness.
Not
Anyway,
very good work. Anyway, we have somebody's watching it, so that's good. Okay,
Resolution?
resolution.
Be it resolved that council receives this report outlining roads maintenance activities for October 2023 as information.
Mover and seconder. Nancy and Barry, all in favor? Carry. Okay, bylaw to appoint bylaw enforcement officers for the removal of vehicles.
Yeah, so yeah, this is something we don't generally use a lot, but it's nice to have in our back pocket for vehicles that are in our way a lot, generally on weekends. Since I've been here, I think we've used this twice, maybe 3 times. But in the same breath, if we have to get somebody removed from the highway, we have to do it appropriately. So
Yeah, okay. Mover and seconder.
I'll read the resolution here. Be it resolved that bylaw 2023-99 being a bylaw to appoint bylaw enforcement officers for the removal of vehicles interfering with the movement of traffic or with the clearing of snow from municipal roads, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached here too.
Okay, now we need a mover and seconder. Carmen, Barry, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Waste management.
Good morning, Council. So this first report is our monthly summary for October 2023. In that month, we experienced a 1% increase in vehicle traffic compared to October 2022. We managed 15% fewer metric tons of blue box, garbage, and construction and demolition waste in October 2023 compared to October 2022. We received 18% more revenue in that same time period. There was a 13% decrease in the blue box, garbage, and construction and demolition waste hauling and processing costs in October 2023 compared to October 2022. And that's it for that report.
Any discussion on that? So I guess, I don't know. Yeah.
Sorry, is a question being asked? We can't hear.
Okay, how come we got less material and more money?
The revenue is up because we increased the fees earlier this year, and that is to help offset the disposal costs, the hauling and processing. So while it seems like an imbalance at the end of the year, you'll see we're probably still running a bit of a deficit in terms of our construction, demolition, waste hauling, and processing.
Okay. Okay, resolution then?
Okay, be it resolved that council received the October 2023 waste management summary for information.
Mover and seconder, Nancy and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Sorry, Pat, I think you had your hand up there. I'm not looking high enough. Okay, next.
So next is an update on our electronic waste recycling program. Just as a bit of some background, in September of 2020, the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks approved a new electrical and electronic equipment regulation, which came into effect on January 1st of 2021. In response to that regulation, Dysart Council had approved for COM2 Recycling Solutions to provide the collection and processing of designated e-waste or electronic waste from our disposal sites. Subsequently, in 2021, COM2 removed some of the drop-off locations. We used to collect at 4 of our 5 disposal sites, but ultimately they decided to only collect at Halliburton landfill, partially because the regulation actually specifies that a municipality of our size only requires 1 drop-off for electronic waste. Subsequently, over a number of years, the volume, the tonnage of electronic waste that we've been managing has been decreasing. And while that is partially attributable to light sizing of or light weighting of electronic waste as televisions become lighter, for example, it's also felt that having less drop-off options for our ratepayers means we're collecting less electronic waste. So in negotiations with COM2 Recycling, they're looking at decreasing the fees that they would be sending to us for our metric tons that we collect, but at the same time are going to provide electronic waste collection at all 5 of Dysart's waste disposal sites. So it's felt that even though we potentially be getting less revenue for our per metric ton, we actually would have more drop-off locations. So ratepayers across the municipality could go to any of our sites to drop off electronics, and that increased tonnage would kind of offset the lost revenue because we potentially have more tonnage coming into all 5 of our sites. So we've actually moved forward with this, and all 5 sites now do have cages on site to collect electronic waste. And this new program will start doing some additional promotion education to encourage ratepayers to visit any of the 5 waste disposal sites to drop off designated electronics for recycling.
Good. Okay, resolution, Mallory?
Be it resolved that council receive this report for information about electronic waste recycling.
Mover and seconder. Carmen, Barry, all in favor? Keep forgetting to look up at that. Okay.
So the next report is a bylaw to authorize the execution of a construction and demolition waste hauling and processing agreement. As council is aware, our current agreement with Mid-Ontario Disposal ends at the end of this year, December 31st, 2023. We decided to unbundle the garbage and construction demolition waste agreements, with garbage being awarded in the last council cycle. In October of 2023, we issued an RFT for construction and demolition waste hauling and processing on bids and tenders, and that tender closed on October 27th. We emailed a number of haulers to let them know that this work was available to bid on, as well as we let a number of industry associations know as well, so they could spread the word to their membership. 4 bids were received by the deadline, and the breakdown of their respective bids is enclosed in the council report. Just as a reference point, in 2023, Dysart currently pays $1,442 per haul of a 100-yard walking floor trailer and $152.44 per metric ton disposed of construction and demolition waste. The low bidder, which is York One Rosewarne Transfer Limited, the price would represent a 45% decrease for construction and demolition waste hauling and a 61% decrease in disposal costs. So it's definitely a cost benefit to us for this new 5-year agreement for construction and demolition waste hauling and processing. In subsequent years, there'd be a CPI adjustment based on Stats Canada information. So staff are recommending that the agreement with York One Rosewarne Transfer be executed with a period of a 5-year term from January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2028. And costs would be included in the 2024 operating budget.
Is that the business that this firm is in? Have we checked them out?
Yeah, so York One is definitely a major player. They've been doing a lot of acquisitions and mergers recently. For a while, they were Aces Waste Management, and are now under the York One banner.
Well, that's a good news story, but we may get a lot more with the price. If we lower the price, we're just going to get everybody else's. So I think we should leave it for a year and see what we. Okay, resolution then, Mallory. Oh, Pat, sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. What's the gross value of the revenue over 5 years that Dysart would pay? Any idea?
I'd have to do that math. I haven't done that in that report. Sorry, I'd have to.
It's all right. I know it's. I didn't ask you this prior to the meeting, but anyway, I'm just wondering in terms of gross revenue, is this just for transport, or is York One transporting and doing sorting, disposal at the end of the line after they're done transporting?
So this agreement with York One would be for the hauling, taking away from our site, and the processing, which is ultimately just disposal, landfilling of all that construction and demolition waste.
Okay. The reason I asked that is there. I'm not trying to extend this conversation, but is there a relevant process ahead that we could look at to see whether Dysart would want to transport their own? I know these are considerable savings, which is great right now, but just in the future, I'd like to know that if it was possible. Number one, how much money are we going to spend on this over 5 years? And is that a business case better for our township? If we could save another 40, 20, 30%, does it make sense? Yes or no? But anyway.
That's a good point, Pat. Okay, resolution then, Mallory.
Okay, be it resolved that council receive this report for information about 2024 to 2028 construction and demolition waste hauling and processing. And further be it resolved that bylaw 2023-100 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of 2024 to 2028 construction and demolition waste hauling and processing agreement with York One Rosewarne Transfer Limited effective January 1st, 2024. be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached here too.
Okay, mover and seconder. Pat, you gonna move that? Good boy. Carl? All in favor? Thank you. Okay, now mattresses and box springs.
Yeah, so this last report, it connects to construction and demolition waste. Currently, ratepayers can drop off mattresses and box springs at Halliburton, Harcourt, and West Guildford landfills for disposal as part of the construction and demolition waste program. Those mattresses and box springs are ultimately landfilled, and the disposal fee is currently $20 per item. So you pay $20 to drop off a mattress or $20 to drop off a box spring. Many municipalities across Ontario are implementing a mattress and box spring recycling program, and Minden Hills has recently just implemented a program like this. These mattress and box spring recycling programs require that the items be stacked horizontally, one on top of another, inside of a covered bin. And then when the bin is full, approximately 90 items, it is then hauled to Recyc Mattress, which is located in Woodbridge, Ontario. There, the mattresses and box springs are shredded, and up to 95% of the materials, the metal, the wood, the polyurethane, the felt, is recycled. And just as a reference point, in Ontario and Quebec, more than 400,000 mattresses and box springs are recycled by that organization each year. In 2024, the cost to recycle a mattress or box spring at that location is $13 each plus HST. So we are proposing to implement a mattress and box spring recycling program. Our recommendation would be that this program would be implemented only at Halliburton landfill, as it currently receives the majority of bulky goods. And then in order to increase the participation in this new recycling program, Harcourt and West Guildford landfills would no longer accept mattresses and box springs as construction and demolition waste. So the residents and ratepayers would be directed to Halliburton landfill, and they would all go into the recycling program. You could not put them in the construction and demolition waste pile. Based on receiving 500 units in 1 year, the estimated costs outlined in the report for the recycling program are $15,650 for the expenses of the recycling per unit, the bin rental, and the haulage. If we were to increase the tipping fee from per item from $20 to $30, we'd be making $15,000 in revenue. So basically offsetting the recycling costs at a neutral line. So we are recommending that the disposal cost be increased to $30 per unit starting in the new year to offset the cost of a mattress and box spring recycling program. That's the same disposal fee that's also charged in Minden Hills. And if this program is to proceed, the revenue and expenses would be incorporated into our 2024 environmental management budget.
Derek?
John, how long have we been at $20?
It's now been 2 years, a year and a half. It was in the last fee update that we did. All furniture moved up to $20 from $10.
Do I understand that what are we gonna load them on?
So we would need to rent a bin that they would be placed into. So ratepayers assisted by the landfill attendants would need to make sure the mattresses and box springs are being placed horizontally inside of the bin to keep it dry, and then take it away when the bin is full.
I think that's gonna take a lot of people, one person brings them in, so they're not gonna be able to stack them very high. I think it's gonna require a lot of help from the landfill attendants, but you've got that figured in, I assume.
Pat wants, but I want to talk.
Yes, Pat, and
Yeah, sure. Is that a mandatory process right now, or is that voluntary?
So currently all mattresses are disposed of as construction demolition waste. So they're landfilled. Our proposal is in this new plan is that you would have to recycle them, pay $30 to drop it off, and then they would all be recycled. So Dysart's waste diversion rate would increase because we'd be diverting a material away from landfill.
Okay. My only concern is that, you know, it's a tough one. You want to recycle them as much as you can, but on the same note, there's a tipping point for cost. So if we raise the cost per mattress too much, we're going to start finding them in the ditches, much like we did tires back in the day on that note. But the other polarization to this thing is that, you know, if Halliburton's only going to be the one to take them, is somebody from Harcourt gonna drive all the way to Halliburton to get rid of their mattress and pay a bunch more money for it? You know, whether under $50 or $60 per mattress by the time you factor in gas. So is there something that we could, you mentioned renting bins, whether we rent 4 bins and as they fill up, they get brought to Halliburton and then you take them away, or we buy 4 bins that become property of the township, much like we did the bridge. And there are property to collect these mattresses in the future. Anyway, just some different ideas there. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it possible that when that big truck and trailer with the excavator on comes to Harcourt, when you get X amount of like a load full, why can't the excavator pick up those mattresses and put them in the truck that is carrying the excavator every couple of weeks? Is that possible?
Yeah, so I think what you're suggesting is that we use the float that carries the excavator to Harcourt to then take mattresses to Halliburton. I think that the Ministry of Environment would have concerns around the hauling of that vehicle being used as for hauling waste from one site to the other, and that may not be in compliance with the Ministry of Environment or MTO in terms of proper usage. And Rob may have.
It's a dump truck, isn't it?
We are not licensed to haul waste through the Environment Ministry.
It's not waste, it's recycling.
It's still classified as a waste, regardless of whether you recycle it or dispose of it.
God.
Oh boy.
And I think part of it too, John, is they want to keep it dry as well. That's why they're in covered bins.
Yeah.
So you would still need somewhere to store them at Harcourt. So, but what I was going to suggest, for consideration, if you wanted to expand the program, you would have more bin rentals, of course, but I would caution against raising the tipping fee because people probably wouldn't take it, you know, as Councillor Casey had mentioned. So at that point, we'd be into kind of a tax-based subsidized program, which is certainly an option of council.
We may, I don't know, how much would we save in the construction waste that goes out now though by taking the mattresses not out of there? Would that offset it a little bit? I don't know.
You wouldn't, yeah, you'd save next to nothing because there's not much weight to these mattresses, right? So
Yeah. Yeah.
it's more of a diversion tactic than anything else.
Yeah.
So it's all about the recycling. It's not about the cost.
That's right.
Yeah. So what's everybody think? And Phil? And probably not proper thing to do, but it sounds like it's cost effective for the. Yeah.
Murray, we're getting to be a transfer station type process coming up anyway. I think we're having a special meeting about Halliburton dump.
Yeah.
Maybe this is something we could tie into that meeting to see if there's a resolution for it. I'm not big on throwing everything over the bank, but on the same note, in between carbon and finance, there's a tipping point, but anyway.
So can it wait till we have that meeting? Don?
Yeah, definitely. So next Tuesday, we were having an education session for council about potential changes to some of our sites and how they can operate more effectively. And if managing mattresses and box springs in a reconfigured site is something council wants to look at, it's definitely something we can look at and potentially implement this program later in the new year.
Yeah. Okay. So what do we do with this resolution, Mallory?
I can just, we'll just do one to receive the report. So I'll just read one out for that. So be resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the mattress and box spring recycling program report.
Okay, mover and seconder, Nancy and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, we're going to break for lunch. If you shut us down there, my friend. Hey, everybody ready to go? Okay, Barb, I guess we got the check summary then.
Yes, we do. So good afternoon. We have in front of us here the check summary report for October of 2023. Total disbursements were $1,566,143.94, comprised of vendor payments and payroll.
Okay. Any questions there? That was easy, Barb. Okay, Mallory, are we there?
Yep. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the October 2023 check summary.
Mover and seconder, Carmen Nancy, all in favor? Carried. Okay, next is the discussion on Sam Slick Park. As you know, that's been the council 2 or 3 times, and we've had delegation from the cultural committee and some points that they raised about what's going on with removing the plaque. And I think the consensus seems to be that we want to leave things the way they are. You don't learn from history if you keep repeating it. And we've learned and we moved on. So I think council are agreeable to the committee if they want to put something to recognize Aboriginal people in that park area, maybe beside that little bridge, to show that we've gapped the bridge between what Sam Slick was saying, what Thomas Chandler Halliburton was saying, and what we do today. So I think if that was the consensus I've heard from council, that we can have a resolution, and if there's further discussion, fine. If not, we'll move on. Okay. So nothing's changing. No. Mallory, do you have?
Yeah, so
do you have anything, Pat, to say, or?
Sorry.
No, Murray, well, I'll just echo what you're saying there in regards to, you know, they made mention this morning of how the arena was named after someone and that type of stuff. And that was a direct action of the individual that was named on the arena, where it's kind of a removed a little bit, or a fork in the road, because, you know, Sam Slick was fictional, and
right,
fictional is the stressing word. So if the action of the individual is Mr. Halliburton and his fiction is his story, then to me, are we going to rename the town of Halliburton because it's connected to the story on that note? But you know, I echo that, and by no means is this a council that's supporting any of those fictitious facts that they were mentioning this morning, in no way, shape, or form. So moving forward, you know, as a blunt reality is, you know, if we don't want to hear this anymore, do we remove any types of literature or art or whatever out of our museums and our libraries? So that erases all of that, you know, which could potentially put us back in the same position 50 years from now, because we've forgotten about the lessons we learned today. But anyway.
Exactly. And it was supposed to be satirical. So, you know, it was not meant to be the way that we're interpreting it today. So,
right.
Anyway, I think we're, Mallory, if you, anybody else got something to say? Because I don't want to be, that's just what I'm hearing here. So let's,
I think if they want to make another plaque, like you
Yeah.
said, about bridging the gap and use an Indigenous title,
Yeah.
people can choose to call it what they want.
there's, go ahead.
Like you're saying, you call the park what they want?
No.
No.
People will always think that it's Sam Slick Park.
Yeah.
People might think of it as.
Well, why couldn't they just acknowledge that the Indigenous people pass through there?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what
They can do that.
Yeah. But like Pat was saying there, I mean, I sure, I'm just speaking for myself, but I don't want to take any flack in regard to being accused or perceived as we have been accused of already. And I surely hope that this ends right now in regard to that, because I got a picture here on my phone that can back up anything that anybody wants to present me with or accuse me of being. I'm proud of Halliburton, and we have so many great things. I mean, I wish I'd spoke earlier today in regard to the Christmas party on Christmas parade on Friday night. It was just fantastic. 45 floats, so many families out there. We have so much to be proud of here in Halliburton, and it's such a growing community and so many great other young families coming up, and they were all out on the street there, and it was darn cold. That wind was blowing, but it sure made us all proud. And that's what I want to always think about Halliburton. And so I just hope this thing is put to bed and let's move on. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, and so many other things to worry about, like poor people without housing, people who can't buy groceries because they can't get gas for their car to get to work. We got a lot of bigger issues than that, so let's move on. It's not that it isn't an important issue, but it's important to, I think, from what I'm hearing, we maintain our history. And that's history, whether we like it or not. So. Okay, now can we have a resolution, unless there's more?
I just have a question. So do you want, so through Tamara and I to kind of relay back to Culture Resources about putting that additional plaque in place?
Yeah, or we can sit, yeah, we can, yeah, you can do that if you want to do it. That
Or
way.
would you like them to come back with a proposal for that, or would you just like to task the Culture Resources Committee with that? That's just my other question.
Yeah, well, we probably would like to see what they're going to do if they're going to put
Okay.
them, and what they're going to put on it.
So I'll have that as an action item here in the minutes. But the resolution kind of follows the original one from 2022 to just kind of say that we're not renaming it as per council's discussion here. So I can read it if council wants, unless there's more discussion. Ready for me to read it? Oh, I think Murray's getting his mic changed or something.
Mel, I'm wondering if we could just add to the end of this current resolution, like and further that council
We'll
consider an additional naming on another part of the park.
An additional commemorative plaque or?
Oh, whatever they will.
Or acknowledgement, whatever the word is.
Yeah,
They're
acknowledgement.
open to having something brought back to propose an alternative.
I think the bridge idea was a great idea myself, but
And we can tie that to Sam Slick, what's on his, what's there too. That we are bridging the gap, we've changed. I think it's a good. Okay, now, have you got the magic done, Mallory?
I've added a little line and we can edit it if after you hear it, but I'll start reading the resolution. So be it resolved that council directs that Sam Slick Park will not be renamed, and further directs that the Cultural Resources Committee cease the work to rename Sam Slick Park, and further that the commemorative plaques on site shall remain in their current locations, and further that council will consider an additional acknowledgement for the park. Does that kind of cover us?
Yeah, if they're going to bring it to us, I guess it does.
They can, it's leaving the door open, I guess. Does that sound good to Mara, or?
Read that again. I missed something you read there. Start again.
Start at the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay. So be it resolved that council directs that Sam Slick Park will not be renamed, and further directs that the Culture Resources Committee cease the work to rename Sam Slick Park, and further that the commemorative plaques on site shall remain in their current locations, and further that council will consider an additional acknowledgement for the park.
Should we add the word indigenous to that?
Yeah, if you just add indigenous to that, that should do it.
Okay.
Okay, you've heard it now. Mover and seconder. Walt and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Anybody opposed? I just want to make sure we're unanimous on this. Okay. Okay, number B, who's smoke-free amendment? That's pretty all straightforward. I think we all agree with that one. But however, we can have the resolution on that right away, Mallory.
Sure. So be it resolved that the municipality of Dysart et al. Council supports the advocacy letters from the Halbert and Kawartha Pine Ridge District Health Unit, Public Health Niagara Region, and the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit regarding Bill 103, Smoke-Free Ontario Amendments Act, Vaping is Not for Kids, 2023, and further directs that a copy of this resolution of support be sent to the Minister of Health.
Okay, mover and seconder. Walt and Barry, all in favor? Carried. Okay, appointment to the Land Division Committee. Pat Kennedy, not Pat Casey, is on that representing us now, and he's willing to stand if we appoint him. He does a pretty good job there, I think. Okay, I have a resolution there.
Sure. Be it resolved that council recommends the appointment of Patrick Kennedy to the County of Halberton Land Division Committee for 2024, with Mayor Murray Ferry appointed as the alternate.
All mover and seconder, Tammy and Nancy, all in favor? Carried. Okay. I never like talking about this next subject, but anyway.
So this is just, actually council reviewed these changes. So this is, the notice period is now concluded for our cemetery bylaw, where we cleaned up some of the vault storage language. And this is just the bylaw come back for approval. So we've actually reviewed this once. So if council has questions, I'm willing to answer them, but if not, I can read the resolution.
You can read the resolution.
Okay. Be resolved that bylaw 2023-96, being a bylaw to provide for the maintenance and management of the Evergreen Cemetery in the village of Halliburton, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. And further, that council directs staff to forward bylaw 2023-96 to the Bereavement Authority of Ontario for final approval.
Okay. Mover and seconder, Nancy and Barry, all in favor? Carried. Okay. And next is a review of the remuneration by law. That's the current rates, right?
Yeah, so with Barbara's help, obviously, we have the current rates for this year included in the draft, which are highlighted. And then the reason for bringing it, typically councils review it, a little further in. But the reason for bringing it now is just that we've really changed our council and committee structure. So it made sense because we reduced the amount of meetings to change that. You can miss one meeting before penalty, and then after that you start to miss some pay, basically. So because we're bringing it back and because council is required to review it once per term, I've opened the floor up if anyone wants to comment on the remuneration rates as they currently stand, and given a chart of how they compare. Now, it just, sometimes it depends on what area you live in. It depends on how much work councils put in. It's different in every township. So it's actually difficult to make a direct comparison when you look at a chart like this. Different councils do different things. And in some areas, it's kind of the trend to basically pay your council quite a bit. So I'll put that caveat on showing that chart to you. It's just so you know what's going on in your area. And of course, it doesn't take account benefits. So if you get a health spending account, or if you get travel reimbursement or anything like that, that's just
that is the current rate of last year's rate, though, is it? Or is that this year?
So the rate that's shown in the chart is this year.
So what was used to determine that? Was that the COLA? Was that the cost of living added to it, or how did that work?
I'll let Barbara respond to that, but sorry, Barbara.
Yeah, so the rates that are currently published are the 2023 rates, and they were subject to CPI increase. There's two conditions in the bylaw, and essentially any increase that council receives is based on CPI. If CPI is in a negative trend, then there is no increase, and essentially council cannot receive an increase that's greater than the annual grid adjustment for the non-union grid.
Okay, and what was the CPI rate this year?
In 2023, so council received a 1.75% increase. We haven't been able to determine 2024 yet. CPI hasn't been published at November 30th. And yeah, so we'll wait for that and make that determination once it's available.
Okay, so the I guess what I'm trying to get at here, so it's automatic. It won't come here again if we just keep adding the COLA amount every year, right?
Yeah, within the bylaw are the conditions and we'll follow those conditions, so it doesn't
I
have to
thought
come
the
back
inflation
year
rate
over
was a lot
year.
higher than that for last year, but I could be wrong.
UP rate. That was the rate for the non-union staff adjustment, correct, that you're referencing?
Yeah, yeah.
COLA is higher than the non-union staff adjustment, you go with the non-union staff adjustment.
Okay. So, okay, all right, as long as I understand it. I'm not complaining about it, but we just want to make sure we understand it and we don't have to come back every year about it.
I think Mel's looking too, are the base rates, are you satisfied with compared to the other townships and so forth? And
Pretty hard to compare yourself when you don't know what everybody's doing.
Some townships do engage a professional to do a comprehensive market review, so they look at things like that and then they come back and tell you what you should be paid. But it's up to council whether they'd like to do that. I know other townships in the area have done that, but it would cost money for that, of course.
Quite a bit of money.
Yeah.
$1,000 for the review.
Okay, is everybody okay with that?
And is everyone, and also if council wants, if someone wants to review this again, you're allowed to. It's just that I'm bringing it now just because we've changed our meeting structure, so we can keep it as it is now. If there's an interest of reviewing it again, we could. But I just wanted to, is everyone clear and okay on missing the one regular meeting before penalty? That makes sense to everyone?
Yeah, that does.
Okay, perfect, because we've reduced our meetings.
We have, but we're probably just as long here and probably just the same amount of issues. In fact, I think there's more. now.
Yeah, okay, so I'll read the resolution if everyone's okay with that.
Yeah.
So be it resolved that council has reviewed bylaw 2022-27, being a bylaw to establish remuneration rates for members of council. And further directs that a revised bylaw be brought forward to a future meeting of council reflecting the amended penalty structure for missed meetings.
And Walt, you had something to comment?
Yeah, I just had something to comment, and I think some municipalities, I don't know what their rules and bylaws are, policies are, but I think some you could miss, not everyone or anything like that, you're still gonna get your pay, but I just think missing one meeting is, that can happen pretty easily, whether you're sick at that time.
Sick or holiday.
A holiday, or maybe a family issue. So I think there should be some type of I don't want to get into making a long list of reasons why you could miss more than one meeting, but I just think that's pretty strict, like nobody here is even thinking about missing a meeting.
No,
I mean,
it has been traditionally 2 meetings based on your 2 meetings a month, but
Something I will say is that
I would
if there was a significant circumstance, it says unless on a leave of absence approved by Dysart Council. So say if something came up and you wanted, it would go and close because it would be personal, but you could write to council and say, is it okay if I miss a couple? Because I've got something bad going on, and then council could agree. So that would be an approved, but that's another option.
Or they could say, you're out of here, right?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't agree with us taking off and going to Florida or California or wherever for 6 months and trying to operate out of there. You should be here working for your constituents, but I don't think there's anybody who's on council, whether it's here or anywhere, that think, oh boy, I'm gonna take off a few council meetings. We all want to be a part of the program, but I think that it's just a little bit strict for me to put that not pressure, but people might have an incident, and I didn't realize that was in there.
Yeah, so Mallory, that's already in place.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, if there's an approved, so if something's happening in your life and you need to write to council to get an approved leave, that's always an option. And it does happen sometimes, so.
Yep. Well, thank you.
And now with Zoom, there's not as much reason to miss. You don't have to always be right here, so. Anyway, resolution then?
Yeah, do you want me to read it again? I already read it once.
No, I think we still remember it.
Okay.
Mover
I
and
just need a
second,
mover and
Nancy and Barry, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Jeff and Chris.
Thank you. So this is the zoning bylaw 2023-102 for the lands of Warrington. Council heard the application during their public meeting this morning. The outcome was that the consultant was to work with the neighboring property owner to address their concerns, and the property is subject to a severance agreement to ensure the property is developed in accordance with the requirements of environmental study, site development plan, and to address any concerns from the neighbors through discussions with the consultant. Staff have no concerns with the zoning and recommend approval.
Okay. Everybody okay with that? So resolution, Mallory?
Okay, be it resolved that bylaw 2023-102 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2005-120 for the lands of Warrington, which consists of part lot 15, concession 3 and 4, part of part 3, plan 19R-10520 in the geographic township of Dudley, municipality of Dysart et al., which would change the zone on the subject property from rural type 1L zone to rural type 1L-7 exception zone to be read a first, second, third time pass sign and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay, mover and seconder, Nancy and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Bylaw 2023.
Yes, thank you. And as per the discussion this morning, there is a recommendation from council, including removing the changes related to the marine facilities and rafts from this amendment process. Other than that, does council have any questions before I bring a bylaw back next month?
No, I think it's good.
Okay, thank you.
Resolution, Mallory?
I'm just gonna get that together because I just, I didn't include the.
Yeah,
So just give me one sec. Do you want to start reporting on the next one, Jeff, and then I'll read both resolutions when we get to it, just so I don't hold everyone up?
Okay. Okay, Jeff, go ahead. Brown?
Okay, so I can take that one. So this is for the Brown for the execution of the severance agreement. The recent severance application file H 038/22 received provisional consent by the County of Haliburton Land Division Committee on February 13th, 2023 for the purpose to create one new lot from the subject property. Condition number 5 of that approval from the notice of decision is that the owner enter into a severance agreement. The intent of the severance agreement is to give notice to the owners and future owners of the required conditions for the development of the subject property. Specifically, it gives notice that site development plan has been prepared to show the recommended locations for building, driveway, septic, envelopes, etc. on the severed lot. Further, the severance agreement will address all planning matters on the severed parcel, including but not limited to the implementation of the recommendations of the site evaluation report and site development plan. And staff recommend approval for the agreement.
Is Josh on here? He was supposed to join us on Zoom, I thought.
Yeah, I think he was just going to be here if there was any questions specific
Well,
to.
The question I have is, earlier today, we heard one where we had to approve the driveway because if we're allowing a severance, it should be a safe driveway. And I don't know that on Chandler Drive, there's a road association, and I want to know that they've got the approval of the road association before we do any more.
So the agreement does outline that they have to, in the best efforts, join the road association to ensure that that they're paying for maintenance and everything else of that. Now, legally, I'm not sure how much the road association has on location of those driveways, but for sure, it's in the agreement that states that they need to make their best efforts to join the road association as part of that
I'm more
agreement.
concerned about the safety. I don't think, I'd like to know that they can have a safe driveway. But I don't think they can.
So they've done the studies and everything else with this development. They've provided the site plan, and from what we can see, there doesn't seem to be a concern with that based on the studies and site plan that's been provided. And we're just here today to discuss the severance agreement, which includes and outlines the requirements, which implements the site plan agreement, implements the site plan and the requirements of the environmental recommendations.
So the site plan would show exactly where the driveway is and,
That's correct.
okay.
We do have Josh Morgan, who's the agent for the applicant. He just needs to be promoted onto the screen. So he is here and can probably answer questions when he gets, yeah, he's just coming in now, so.
In the meantime, we're waiting for him. So this one is difficult for me because Walton and I went out and had a look at it, and it's not a real great site. There's just no question about it. The driveway, Murray, you brought up a very good point. But as I see it right now, they've did everything that they have to do. And there's really not much we can do about it. Is that just because we don't like it? We can't really.
No, I don't, it's not that we
know.
don't
Is
like
that-
it. Is it safe? Is it safe?
Well, I'd have to say it's not safe, but
Was that something the road super would look at? then?
well, I don't, but even if the road super does look at it, what can we do about it? Whether I don't know, that's my question.
Could we do something through site plan control with grades and slopes and
I
stuff?
don't know. Walt, you and I both like we have issues with it, right? Like it's not.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that we don't like the site, like the property. It does look dangerous. I'm no roads expert or putting in driveways, but I'm wondering, did anybody from the county ever do a site inspection like you and I did? Because what you see is it looks extremely dangerous, especially with that hill.
Yeah.
But and that's what we're concerned about is the safety. And like, to me, I can't see where you could put a driveway in there where it would be safe. But I'm no driveway expert.
Well, if we approve it and the site plan is not safe and not accurate and somebody gets killed there, I think we got it. We better make sure we're right. Josh, have you got approval of the road authority there?
Am I, can you hear me, folks?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, hi, thanks for having me. Yeah, I'd just like to say that we've accomplished and completed every task that has been asked of us.
I heard that.
We prepared a site development plan, which was submitted in May of 2023, which was approved without question or comment, and circulated to not only to the County of Haliburton, but also to the municipality of Dysart et al. We prepared a site evaluation report, which was circulated to the County of Haliburton and to the municipality of Dysart et al. All of those documents have been extensively peer reviewed, and the peer reviewers have responded confirming that they are satisfied with all documents submitted. So we have literally done everything that has been asked of us. All of those documents have been peer reviewed and the peer reviewers are satisfied. So in my view, the professionals that have been tasked with reviewing what we've submitted are satisfied. There's really nothing else that we can do now that we haven't already done.
Was there not a condition there that you were to buy the road allowance too?
The condition, maybe Chris can help me with that. The condition, there isn't a condition on the severance that that we purchased the shoreline road allowance, if that's what you're referring to, Mayor.
I'll have to take a look at that.
But I will say that my clients intend on purchasing that. But that the setback from the shoreline is an exceedance of 45 meters. So the sight lines have been reviewed. The volume of traffic on Pelican Lane and Chandler Drive have been reviewed. The most optimal locations for the driveway entrance has been identified on the site development plan, which has been submitted and approved and peer reviewed.
Well, I don't know that it was ever thought that the lot that's there now was where the cottage was built would have 10 cars in there in the wintertime. That was never figured for that property. But anyway, as you say, you've technically done things, whether they're put us. I still think
this Mayor, with all due respect, this is not me saying we've done things. We have literally done every single thing that's asked of us.
I just think the driveway's not safe, and so does everybody that's looked at it.
But
So-
except for the professionals that have been tasked with looking at the reports that we've submitted.
Yeah, okay.
To me, there's a big difference in looking at reports and seeing something right in front of you. And like the road association, have they approved your driveway position?
We submitted, as is our responsibility, a request to join the road association on September the 14th. They ignored our request. We followed up with again on September the 26th. They ignored our request. They have ignored our overtures and our formal requests. We are left with no other alternative but to ask the municipality to enter into a consent agreement with us. The municipality has approved our zoning bylaw amendment. Dysart also passed a resolution supporting the approval of the severance application, and then the Land Division Committee for the County of Haliburton also passed the consent application. So this council has spoken twice. The Land Division Committee for the County of Haliburton has spoken, and all of the peer reviewers have identified that they have no concerns with what we've submitted. So I'm not sure what else we can do.
So we're not supposed to have concerns for people that have been out there to see this? Like all the trees in front there, is they gonna be cut down the same way as the other lot that they owned?
So the site development plan, which has been submitted and approved, identifies where development will occur and where it cannot occur. So this agreement that we're asking you to authorize execution of will confirm and append the site development plan. It will confirm where things can change and be altered and where they can't. This is the agreement that will tie my applicants and future owners down in terms of where they can build and where they can't build, and where they can remove trees and where they cannot remove trees.
Yeah.
Has Rob been out to the site to look at that driveway?
No.
The Public Works doesn't look at private roads. They don't deal with the private roads.
Yeah, this morning. I thought this morning I heard they looked at one. Private, anyway. Okay. Okay, I guess.
Okay, before I leave, Murray, and everyone there, I guess, at the end of the day, if it's two things, we see this often, we're, in the excavation business, where you see engineers from the south, not picking on engineers, they live in a two-dimensional plane where they're looking at an engineer drawing top down from a piece of paper on their desk from down in Barrie or Toronto or whatever, and they don't have any idea in terms of the ramifications of elevation or slope to the road that's there. And it is a unique site. And I echo Barrie and Walt. I've been working there numerous times, and they call that Cardiac Hill for a reason. But anyhow, I just I do understand both sides of the story, but I do feel that if the township's endorsing the division of that lot, then to me, we better make sure we're doing the right thing. That's all.
If I'll say two things to that. First of all, the township has already endorsed the approval of that lot. They've also already passed the zoning bylaw amendment. The Land Division Committee of the county has also already approved the division of the lot. And the surveyor that prepared the site development plan is from Haliburton. It's called Bishop Guyer Surveying Inc. So they're not from the south. They're from your own municipality.
All right.
Okay. I don't know what else we can do here. We've done every single thing you've asked us to do to get to this point.
But you did,
literally
did on the first lot too, but you didn't. You cleared
so I'm not the owner. I'm a professional planner that has facilitated this process from the beginning and have done every single thing that this council has asked us to do.
Well, this is two councils. It's the previous council and this one.
But both councils, both the previous council and the new council, have passed decisions or resolutions which support the creation of this lot.
Okay.
All right.
I know the county passed it, so we're pretty well stuck with it. Okay. Okay, Josh, that's good. You've made your point.
Murray, would you like me to read this resolution first and then I'll go back to the other one?
Okay.
That we skipped?
Yeah.
So, okay, so be it resolved that file number L04-SV-2023-001 for the lands of Brown, Patterson, Ranieri, and Emery, sorry, if I'm saying it wrong, be received for information, and that bylaw 2023-0103 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a severance agreement with Benton Brown, Robert Ranieri, Mark Patterson, and Heather Emery for the lands located on part lot 31, concession 7, part 1 to 3, registered plan 19R-4156 in the geographic township of Dysart, municipality of Dysart et al. Be read a first, second, third time, pass sign in the corporate seal attached here too.
Okay. You need a mover and a seconder. Yeah, Nancy? And Carl? All in favor? I don't. Yeah, you have another question?
Yeah, I'm all right, Murray.
You okay? Okay, so, yeah.
Jeff, at this point, do we have an obligation to pass this because they have met all of the parameters that have been set out through our initial plans as well as the severance at the county?
Well, I think it's important to recognize that the Haliburton County Land Division Committee has reviewed this and approved this, and they are the approval authority. So this lot has been created with conditions. The applicant has tried to satisfy all these conditions. One of the conditions is that they enter into a severance agreement, which is why they're here today.
Right.
So they've satisfied all municipal policies through this process. The purpose today is just to develop an agreement with the property owners to ensure that they implement all the guidelines and follow all the studies that were submitted during the process.
Okay, thank you.
So when we go to vote, like if I want to vote yes, can I throw a comment or two in there? And
Sure, you can do whatever you like.
So yeah, so I just want it to be known that I will vote yes, because they have met all their conditions, and I don't think there's anything we can do about it. But I hope they realize that they will be watched because of the previous actions that happened on the piece of property beside them. And I just want to make that as an attachment to my vote, I guess. That's
Okay. Okay, so we had a mover and a seconder, did Tammy seconded, or Carm? Okay, all in favor then, a little to do about, okay, it was carried.
Okay. So I'm gonna go back and read the resolution we skipped because I wasn't ready for it.
Okay.
So be it resolved that the report for official plan amendment D 10-OPA-2023-001, official plan amendment number 3, and zoning bylaw amendment D 14-ZB-2023-004 for the municipality of Dysart et al. Be received for information, and that council generally accepts the policies as amended to remove the provisions for docks, rafts, and marine facilities, and directs that a bylaw to adopt the official plan amendment and a bylaw to approve the zoning bylaw amendment be brought forward for consideration during the council meeting on December 12th, 2023.
Okay, mover and seconder. Nancy and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Down to. He's gone now. No. We're off to the Eric Bell Chamber on the Rogers Tower.
Yes, and if I may, I can start with this, Mr. Mayor. So Rogers Communications is proposing to construct a 90-meter guide tower on a property located on Indian Point Road, which is just west of Drag Lake. The proposed tower is part of the Eorn Selgap project. Rogers has provided a site selection and justification report, which is attached to your agenda today. This report outlines the site selection process in accordance with the requirements of ISED's telecommunication tower policy. They've also provided a survey and some photo renderings. As required by the ISED's protocol, they have undertaken their public consultation process. The applicants have submitted a public consultation summary noting that comments were received both in support and in opposition to the proposed tower. According to that report, a small number of people expressed opposition to the proposed tower on the grounds that the tower would be visible from Drag Lake. There was also a group of cottagers that suggested the tower be moved 3 to 4 kilometers from the shoreline to mitigate visual impacts. Other comments questioned whether other locations and design options were investigated. The applicants did respond and note that this tower is set back 1.2 kilometers from Drag Lake, mitigating the visual impact as much as possible. Practically speaking, moving the tower 3 to 4 kilometers from the lake or any lake would not meet the objectives of the Eorn Cell Gap project. So they note that they feel this proposed site is well located and it's well designed to have minimal impact on the surrounding land uses. They respectfully request that the proposal be considered complete and that the municipality issue a formal letter of concurrence. If council chooses today to offer concurrence on the proposed tower, there are a few conditions recommended related to the retention of vegetation and mitigation of lighting impacts. As you mentioned, Mr. Belchamber is in attendance today, and he may want to speak to this.
Okay, so are there any questions about it? So do we, I don't know if it meets all the conditions. I don't know. We're always going to have this on every tower. Are there any questions of council or? Well, I guess, Eric, I think we're probably going to approve it.
Murray, I did have a couple calls on that, and of course, it's same kind of framework that we've seen with the other towers, where you get a large group want to support it because they need the cell service, and the not minor, but lesser amount against it. And council has this always trying to sort this stuff out. But at the end of the day, if more people are working from home and kids doing stuff from home and everything becoming more internet based and everything else, it's to push it back in a place where nobody can see it, as has already been mentioned, is not going to solve the direction of the Eorn project. So anyway, it's a tough decision for us to make, but I think you got to support it moving ahead myself. But
yeah, well, I agree, and of course, nearly always it's about visibility. That's
right.
The outstanding issue. Okay, so I guess we could have the resolution then, Mallory.
Okay, be it resolved that council concurs with the proposed 90-meter guide telecommunication tower at 1148 Indian Point Road, site C8719. The existing vegetation buffer shall be maintained around the proposed tower. The tower access road is to be designed and screened with vegetation to minimize the visual impact of the tower by immediate neighbors. Lighting shall be minimum required to meet safety standards, and shielding shall be installed to deflect light from being directed toward the ground.
Okay, mover and seconder. Carm and Barry, all in favor? Carried. Okay, next. Eagle Lake Benson's road allowance, shore road allowance.
Yes, this is a returning file, which is an application to purchase the shore road allowance in front of a property on Eagle Lake. At the meeting in October, council passed a resolution to defer this application, directing staff to contact the property owner to see if they were agreeable with a proposed condition to renaturalize the shoreline. So the owner has provided a response, and they outline the history of the lawn, the erosion of the shoreline, which he notes was caused by bridge work, and the stabilizing of the shoreline using river rock. The owner notes that they do not agree with the proposed condition to renaturalize the shoreline, but they do note that once the dwelling is removed, the land will be left to grow naturally. So based on this, staff are recommending a condition that the shoreline be renaturalized in compliance with the site alteration bylaw after the dwelling has been demolished. But staff do request direction from council regarding that condition, and I guess direction to process the application.
So Marie, I got a comment. I went up and looked at that 2 weeks ago. And that whole end of the lake, every place is the same shoreline. It's all rock, it's all exact same. Then you go around the corner and everything on the rest of the lake is all sand. So in my opinion, they've got a better shoreline than the guys that got sand right to the water.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's fair to make him do something there that everybody else on Holland Lake doesn't
And
have.
if he's gonna let it renaturalize when he moves the building, that may be enough. You all right with that? Yeah, okay, that seems to be Jeff's the opinion. If he's gonna let it renaturalize when he moves the building, then he's doing better than everybody else along there.
I'll read the resolution then.
Yep.
Okay, be it resolved that council approves for processing an application by 1699995 Ontario Incorporated, Benson, to purchase a portion of the shore road allowance along the shore of Eagle Lake in front of his property in part lot 30, concession 5, part 1, plan 19R-8108 in the geographic township of Guilford. These lands are declared surplus. And further that, once the existing dwelling has been demolished, the owner shall restore the shoreline to a natural state using native vegetation.
That says he shall restore it. He says he's just gonna let it restore. There's a bit of difference. Yeah, after the building's removed.
I think he's just gonna let it grow, which is as natural as it gets.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, so
We just need a mover and a seconder for that one.
moving seconder, Walt and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Okay, next. Session 8, lot 12.
Yes, thank you. So the next is an application by John and Rosalie Cowan to purchase the shore road allowance in front of their property on Grass Lake. As per the planning report, there's a couple of zoning compliance issues on the property. And on this one as well, the shoreline appears to be a maintained lawn within that setback. Staff request direction regarding those compliance issues and permission to process the application.
What's everybody thinking here? Is there any buildings being removed there? I've forgotten.
There is, thank you. Yeah, there is a hot tub that's located within the shore road allowance within the water setback. So that is, there's a recommendation for that to be removed or brought into compliance. And similar to the previous one, there's a recommendation that the pursuant to the official plan zoning bylaw and site alteration bylaw, the lands within 30 meters be brought into compliance with the site alteration bylaw. And I guess there is a shed somewhere too. Sorry, I'm just kind of quickly looking at this. It's not located on the shore road allowance, but it does not, sorry, staff recommended condition. It doesn't comply with the interior side lot line setback. Sorry about that. So it isn't required to proceed with the application, but there's a recommended condition that bylaw enforcement review the location of that shed.
So I guess it's a matter of whether, again, I mean, we want them to naturalize the shoreline. No, I haven't. Okay. Yeah, okay. No. There's trees on it. It's the grass right to the water though, isn't it?
If someone's talking, we can't hear them. Someone's got their mic off. We can hear Murray, but that's it.
Okay, well, they're saying that there's quite a few trees on the shoreline. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know I've noticed council and even the Committee of Adjustment have had concerns with regards to staff's recommendations here. And perhaps we can reword our conditions, but really what we're asking is that the shoreline be brought into compliance with the new site alteration bylaw. So it allows, there's certain things they're allowed to do. They're allowed to clear around buildings and structures, 5-meter path. There's certain things they're still allowed to do. But that's the direction staff's trying to provide, is just recommendations to comply with that new bylaw.
When you're closing the shoreline allowance. Yeah, when you're buying the shoreline, right?
And for all applications going forward, that's the direction we're going to be recommending, because there is provisions in our official plan that say council should be asking for the renaturalization of the shoreline during development applications. That's even reflected or implemented by our zoning bylaw and again by our site alteration bylaw. So that's where this direction keeps coming from. But ultimately, it's up to council.
But it's in the zoning bylaw. Go ahead.
Like, by the looks of the pictures, Jeff, like what more does he have to do to naturalize the shoreline?
Well, I'm just looking at a picture of the dwelling from the shoreline, and it appears almost the entire width of the property is maintained lawn. So my understanding is from council's direction is they're looking for maybe just a 5-meter path plus certain clearings around legal buildings, that type of thing. Just as per the site alteration bylaw, that's what we're looking for.
Oh, that's the problem when you, I thought we were doing this to try and catch everybody that tearing a building down and building a new one. Yeah. No. Well, what do we want to do with this?
This might be one that we should maybe go and have a look at or something. I don't, because when I look at this picture, I'm looking at the hot tub, which we're talking about them taking out, right? Or they have to do some compliance. So to me, and maybe I'm looking the wrong way here, but I think I'm looking in the picture, I'm looking from the road down along the side of the building at the hot tub. Well, in front of the hot tub, you can't see the lake. Now in the front of the building, it looks like it's pretty open here.
Yeah, in front of the cottage.
In front of the cottage itself, yes. But there is, looks like some natural vegetation on the shoreline itself. The grass does go right to the edge, but you see some longer, I don't know what they are, if they're a weed or what it is there, but I'm wondering if it's something that maybe we should.
Has staff visited this site at all? Yeah.
Yeah, so these pictures were taken by staff, and that's what planning staff hasn't visited the site. We're just relying on these pictures. Building department staff did visit the site.
Guess it's a little hard, right? It's going to be a little harder to see what's going on right now too.
Yeah. I was going to say we could defer it, but we can't, going to know what's the snow on there. What's there?
Well, a lot of those aren't leafy trees because
Oh, man.
And I do agree with what Jeff says too. I mean, there is a lot of things that they can, you can have so many meters around this and so many meters around that.
You can have fire pits in other
It's
areas.
it's not, I don't know, to me, it doesn't look as bad as what you'd think maybe because they are allowed to have this and that, and it's, I don't know.
But obviously they haven't manicured the whole lawn, because look at the dock, they haven't cut around the dock. Other places, they've never cut any grass or anything there, so they're not trying to clear the whole yard.
Why don't we have a look at it then? That sounds right, feasible?
I think that's a good idea. So a couple of us should go up there and have a look.
So
Because
somebody-
because we're gonna be able to visualize.
If somebody from planning could go with the council, have a look at it, bring it back, yeah?
Sure.
Okay.
Yep. Works.
Okay, and next is,
So I'll just read a resolution to make it clear that we're deferring it pending a site visit,
right,
just so that we have it in writing.
okay.
So be it resolved that council defers processing the application by John and Rosalie Cowan to purchase a portion of the shore road allowance along the shore of Grass Lake in front of their properties in part lot 12 concession 8 in the geographic township of Dyser pending a site visit. Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Just, are we doing the site visit for the vegetation, not for the road allowance or the shoreline allowance, are we? Like, can
This is part of their application to purchase. So you're doing it because the conditions on them purchasing is that they renaturalize. So we're just deferring to see to look at the site before we process. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Hey, sorry too, Jeff, have these people say anything to you about when they've obviously seen these conditions? Have they made any comments to that?
I would have to touch base with staff, but nothing's been said to me, so I'm not aware of any concerns about these conditions.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, I mean, if they're willing to do this, I guess we don't need.
Well,
to-
that's good if they are.
Yeah, it's great. We don't need to go and do a site visit, but we don't, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, well, then you have the flexibility then to if they agree, then fine, we'll just put it through.
So how do we go forward then? We just see if Jeff, if you reach out to them and say, are you okay with these conditions? And then we're all right, we're good to go, right? Does that work or not? I don't know.
Yeah, similar to the previous application, we can do that if that's what council's looking to do.
So we could just do a similar resolution, just take a pending a site visit. It might lead to that, but we can just say we're deferring it. Does that work for everyone?
Yeah, and then if they are willing, then fine. We won't need to do a site visit.
We're still processing the application, correct, Jeff?
No, we're deferring processing it.
Why though? I'm sorry. Did I miss something?
Well, my understanding, if you're asking me, sorry, is that council wanted to defer this just to see if the applicant was willing or to renaturalize the shoreline as recommended. If they want to remove that condition, we can just proceed.
I don't think it matters to them if it gets deferred. They're not going to do anything on it this fall anyway now, likely. So I don't. Let's go ahead and defer it a month and see. And if they agree, we'll go ahead and pass it next month and do it. Okay? So I think your resolution to defer was read, Mallory?
Yep.
Need a mover and seconder. Nancy and Barry, all in favor? Carried. Okay, are we going to hit this on all these applications then?
Well, we're going to hit it on this one, and maybe we do require some further discussion. Because this is another application by Roy Clark on Grace Lake. And again, it just by reviewing the pictures, it doesn't appear that there's some manicured lawn, which doesn't appear to comply with the site alteration bylaw, which says within 30 meters, it should be left natural, 5-meter path, clear around buildings, clear around structures, that sort of thing. So that, again, that's where staff's just taking the direction. So staff are requesting permission to process this application, but similarly, there is a condition saying that the shoreline should be brought into compliance with the site alteration bylaw.
And again, we don't know what his comments are.
Correct.
Right, so we got the same situation again. Okay. Well, I guess we'll treat it the same way then. That's the only thing we can do.
Would you like me to read the
Yep.
resolution? So be resolved that council defers processing the application by Clark to purchase a portion of the shore road allowance along the shore of Grace Lake in front of the property in part lot 1, concession 1, parts 1, 2, and 3, plan 19R-8197 in the geographic township of Harcourt.
Okay, mover and seconder. Pat and Tammy, are you in favor? Tammy, all in favor? Carried. Okay, well, we got two that we're going to see again next month. Okay, next.
So this is another road closing application made by the Lewicks for their property on Kinesis Lake. As per the planning report, there's a couple of zoning compliance issues related to a tree house and decks. The applicants are planning on demolishing and reconstructing their entire dwelling. They've said they're willing to bring those into compliance at the time of reconstruction and demolition. So there is a condition proposed to bring those into compliance, but the way it's worded is it doesn't have to happen until they go to demolish and reconstruct their dwelling. This application can continue to proceed.
And they should maybe be asked to do restoration if they're within, because they're tearing the building down and starting over. Anyway.
I have a question for Jeff.
Yes.
We put absolutely no time frame on this to bring it into compliance, though. I mean, you might decide not to reconstruct for 10 years. Just a question.
Yeah, correct. There hasn't been a timeline put on that. It is required. There is a council resolution, so we can follow up and enforce that. But you're right, we could include a timeline.
Well, again, that probably won't happen until spring now. Could. Yeah, it might not. You're right. No, that's right. No, I think if they're figuring on doing it, they'll do it. Okay, all right, so resolution then, Mallory?
Okay. Be it resolved, the council approves for processing an application by Lewick to purchase a portion of the shore road allowance along the shore of Kinesis Lake in front of their property in part lots 7 and 8, concession 3 in the geographic township of Havelock. These lands are declared surplus. And further that pursuant to section 3.2.7 of the official plan, the attached deck and tree house shall be removed or brought into compliance with the zoning bylaw.
Mover and seconder. Walt and Nancy, all in favor? Carried. Okay,
Yes, thank you. So the next one's an application by Miss Walker to purchase the road allowance for Dean Court and a 20-foot lane which lie adjacent to her property. So at the council meeting in October, council agreed to process this application and waive the associated fees. This was to recognize and correct an intended conveyance, which was made in error back in 1972. So part of this process, Ms. Walker is proposing an easement that can be used by the neighbor for emergency purposes. Staff are just here to request permission to process this application. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
no, I think we understand that one. Okay, resolution?
Be it resolved that council approves for processing an application by Nancy Walker to purchase the road allowance described as the 20-foot lane on Plan 525 and part of the road allowance for Dean Court, Plan 525 in part lot 19, concession 7 in the geographic township of Dysart. These lands are declared surplus.
Okay, mover and seconder. Tammy and Nancy, all in favor? Carried. Okay, next.
Next is for the lands of Nairn. This is a consent for the purpose of a lot addition. The application would see that the property known as the retained lands would sever and convey a portion of their property to the neighboring benefiting property known as 1148 Eagle Lake Road. No new lots, buildings, structures, or uses are proposed with this application, and recommended that council support the general principle of the proposal.
That's pretty straightforward. Resolution?
Okay, be it resolved that council support the general principle of a proposal for a lot addition for file number D00-SV-2023-021, lands of Nairn, subject to the comments and conditions available in the staff report. Jeff's asked me to summarize those better in the future, so I'm not talking for 10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, mover and seconder. Pat and Barry, all in favor? Carried. Okay, and the last planning report.
Yeah, next one's for Elvie, and the applicant wishes to merge the recently purchased Shore Road allowance with the existing land lease holding which is located in Harcourt Park adjacent to Allen Lake into one lease holding. No new development lots are being created as a result of this application, and it's recommended that council support the general principle of the proposal.
Okay, mover and seconder. Tammy?
I'll read the resolution if you want.
Yes, I'm really pushing now.
That's okay. Be resolved that council support the general principle of a proposal for consent file number D00-SV-2023-023, lands of Harcourt Park Incorporated, lease holding of Albi, subject to the comments and conditions detailed in the staff report.
Okay, mover and seconder. Tammy and Karen, all in favor? Carried. Okay, that's good. Thank you, guys. Sorry, we were dragging our feet there a little bit, but we got through it. Okay, reports and recommendations. Harcourt, anything to report?
Well, I don't think they've had a meeting, but they have been busy. The quilting club just donated 51 quilts, so.
Oh, Tammy, you need to turn your mic on. We can't hear you.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Harcourt has not had a meeting lately, but they've been busy. The quilting club just donated 51 quilts, and the ladies committee has donated $1,400 to various things like the hospital for the CT funding, the breakfast program, the volunteer firefighters, and the Legion
good.
Puppy Fund. And they had a great turnout for their Thanksgiving dinner, and when I checked in on for the pies they were making for Christmas, I think they were past 60, so
Oh, boy,
they're
act-
busy, even though they don't hold
They're
meetings.
active, good for them. That's good. West Guilford?
Marie, we didn't have a meeting last night because of the weather, but they're looking into getting some painting done inside. And I know Dan was in and Rob yesterday, and there's some issues in the basement with some electrical and stuff. They're trying to get addressed with the tenant we got in there, and a few plugs need replaced, and
Okay.
so it's
Make
in
it
the works.
safe.
Yeah, make it safer.
Rails End, Nancy?
Rails End they're always a busy group of people and do so much for the community. They have Art Heaven, which is a show on right now, and it runs right up until December 16th. And they have some beautiful, beautiful stuff there if anybody needs some unique Christmas gifts. They've tried to keep the prices low so that they're affordable. A lot of them are done locally. Janet Trull launched her latest book,
Yep.
which is pretty exciting. She writes for the Echo, and she's done a few books. They are just starting to set up for their budget meeting, so as we are. And they have a new art show or an exhibition called Dream, and they're trying to set dates for the Art and Craft Festival for next year as well.
Well, they got a plan way ahead for that.
They do.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. Okay, and we need a resolution on that one, Mary.
Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the November 2023 Rails and Gallery and Art Center report.
Mover and seconder, Nancy and Walt, all in favor? Carried. BIA, Pat?
Murray, I think the BIA is meeting tonight. and Of course, I'm not in town. Back Thursday.
Well, can't help those things when you're out of town.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll hear next month, you'll get an update.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yep. And Harvest Halliburton, I don't think they've met, have they?
No.
Okay, and Kawartha Halliburton Source Protection? No? And Upper Trent Management, I think you're getting.
Yeah, they haven't met, but they are gonna meet on,
Barry, your mic's not on.
sorry.
That's okay.
They're gonna meet, shortly, next week, and they have asked me to, report on Dysert's recent shoreline and environmental protection related developments in Dysert. So Mallory and Carl have been helping me out a little bit with that, and
Good.
I've got a few more questions for them, and then
You'll be ready to roll.
yeah.
Good.
Yep.
Okay, so now we need a resolution to go into close.
Okay, be it resolved that council adjourn its regular meeting at 1:42 PM to discuss matters pursuant to section 239(2) of the Municipal Act as amended pertaining to: one, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. It's a bylaw enforcement file. Two, a proposed acquisition of land in the township of Harcourt, proposed road acquisition in Harcourt. Three, labor relations or employee negotiations, the QP collective agreement. Four, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting municipality or local board, which is a property damage claim. Five, advice that is subject to solicitor client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Proposed road acquisition in Harcourt and road standards for a subdivision agreement. And six, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial or labor relations information when supplied in confidence to municipality or local board, which if disclosed could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive decision or interfere significantly with contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization. And that's public works, wastewater infrastructure, and land acquisition financing.
Okay. Mover and seconder. Walt and Tammy, all in favor? Carried. Okay, so we have what I guess we'll take 5 and or 10 minutes, and then we'll go into close. I don't have one, so.
You can keep it.
Go ahead, okay, so we have a resolution then,
Okay, I'm reporting out on the County Road 21 land purchase, the mortgage payout. So be it resolved that council directs staff to pay out the existing mortgage with Harbin Holdings in the amount of $1,450,000 plus accrued interest expense on March 1st, 2024 for the land acquisition on County Road 21 bearing rule number 46-24-012-000-72700.
okay, mover and seconder. Walt and Nancy, all in favor? Carried. Okay, now the report from closed session.
That was the report, so I
That
can
was the
do
report.
confirming if you'd like.
Notice a motion, any? Confirming bylaw.
Perfect. Be resolved that bylaw 2023-105 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting held on November 28th, 2023. Be read a first, second, and third time, pass, sign, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Mover and seconder, Nancy and Barry, all in favor?
Right,
And
then we're ready to adjourn.
yeah,
Okay. Be it resolved that council adjourns its regular meeting held on November 28th, 2023 at 4:34 PM.
and mover and seconder. Walt and Tammy, all in favor?